All right, let's are we go? We are a go 8 seconds ago. So let me jump over here and make sure I'm muted so we don't have that overlap. Check your channels, guys. Make sure that we are live there. Mine just grabbed.
Check one.
And
check two.
Mute that.
We're here.
Come over here, click that. We'll give it about a minute or so for all the notifications to go out and for people to file into our sacred spaces, our safe spaces. That's what we're going to call
it. You said space? We're going to go for spaces?
Spaces, sacred spaces, safe spaces. It's day 10, right?
I've got fans now.
Good morning, everyone. Let's fly off the top here. Happy morning. I like to show this. Thank you very much, Brown. Brown.flop. Thank you. Thank you very much for becoming a member of Watchers Talk. Your support is greatly appreciated, and it goes a long ways and helps me a great deal to continue to bring you this type of content that is needed in our awareness playgrounds, because that's what this is, an awareness playground. And we've been playing together for the last 9 days. Today's our 10th day. And in fact, I have something for number 10 that I want to share here in a minute. We've got Kim Jones in the house. Thank you very much, Kim. Thank you for being here. Guys,
Jones
please share. We have Riding the Frequency in the house. Riding the Frequency. Guys, subscribe to... Yeah, right, guys, subscribe to Ride the Frequency. That's our Star Sisters channel. Liane Curtis up on the screen there on the top left. Who else do we got in the house? We got Mountain Devil. Mountain Devil, welcome. Welcome. It's going to be another wonderful day. And then look at that. We've got Full Spectrum Universe in the house. All right, guys, subscribe and share Full Spectrum Universe. Amazing.
Yeah, you got to pin the stuff to the top, baby. You got to pin it to the top. So it's there when we say, hey, look, go get it. Help us
out. Right on, Mountain Devil, Omar, Rob, Stone, everyone who's been part of this great team. Amazing team. Yes, thank you. Thank you to
Stone's
everyone.
On her way in. Just to let you know.
We got Stone Hobbit in the house. Hello, Stone. All right, we got Sunflower here. I love the name Sunflower. So, guys, today is day 10, and our schedule is an amazing schedule as usual. We wanted to start at 8 o'clock this morning, but as you know, with the Wu Flu, things are happening around town, and some people can't make it. So, we had one of those happen this morning, but all good, because we've come up with a plan that after this conference, we're going to do like a little mini event for all the people who missed out, that had all of their presentations put together, but just simply couldn't speak because of you know what. And for instance, like my friend, my dear sister, Ildi Budai from Egypt, she put together a great presentation about art from ancient Egypt in caves. And she was looking forward to showing that, but then unfortunately, boom, shit happens, right? So we're going to bring all of these guys back in the next couple of weeks to do like a little mini event for one day, and get their uploads as well, because they're part of Humanity Unplugged, and it's not their fault when shit goes down. So today is day 10, and today is an important day. Why is today an important day? Well, it's day 10, number one. And second of all, this is the first day after the equinox. So we have 1, and then we have 0. 0 is right there, is feminine. That's feminine. Everything comes from 0, from that feminine, right? So we have the masculine, the 1, and then we have the feminine, which is the 0. One day after the equinox, we have the number 10. 369 is good, but 10 is important as well, because 10 shows and it expresses the balance between the masculine and the feminine. And that's why we've designed our schedule today around that masculine and feminine. So that's pretty much what I have to say. Enjoy your day here in our awareness playground. And please share this stream with friends and family and whom you think will benefit from this message today and from the previous 9 days. And that's it. My name is Omar, and I'm the host here at Watchers Talk with my friends in the room, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. And then maybe we'll just quickly hit it up for like a minute from Liane, and then from Stone, and then from Rob, and then we'll hand it over to Kathy Mason for our first guest of the day. And please, guys, if you feel compelled to make a donation, please do so through the pinned comment in the chat rooms, which is connected to our PayPals. Thank you very much.
Good morning. How y'all doing? It's a fabulous day here in New York. We had some very crazy winds last night, which made me think of our dearest Stone, who is tying things down. Weather's just been cuckoo lately. Gee, I wonder why. Anyway, I am so happy to be here. It's such a privilege and an honor to be a part of something so beautiful and so uplifting, and help people maybe hear something a slightly different way, so that it, as I was talking to my husband, I said, you know, it really, once you hear a different point of view, if you can get past pushing it away, like once a seed is planted, Michael Feely and I were talking about this after he talked yesterday too, you can't unplant it. Like the idea is in there, like even if it goes in the subconscious and dribbles through. So we're helping by giving people the option to have a choice to do something different if they want to, after the seed is planted and something maybe grows that's not what the mainstream been pounding them with. So yay! Yay!
And, Liane, happy 23rd anniversary.
Thank you.
Love to you.
Nice.
And to your
It's been
husband.
a wonderful 23 years, Omar. I love you. Sorry, Amy. No, I'm kidding.
Love to you. Love to you and your husband, and this amazing bond and relationship that you guys have built. 23 years is, that's a long time. So
That's
congratulations on that. I'm so proud of you. Really, it's amazing. I love you very much. I just wanted everyone to know that. Let's see some love for Liane in the comments, guys.
All kidding aside, I really do feel very fortunate to have been part of a collaboration with somebody that has lasted and built on itself. There have been some very horrible things, but yet through all of it, here we are, and I'm just so grateful and appreciative that flow has allowed itself to continue through all this nutsy cuckoo. I have not seen the man in 3 years. I came here to take care of my mom. I haven't seen him since February 7th, 2019, and he's still so loyal and so beautiful, and so I don't even know. I have no words, really. Love you guys. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you.
I love you too. Go ahead, Stone.
That was beautiful, Liane. Thank you, and congratulations. That's a long road. A lot of treasures within it. Okay. Speak from experience. I just would like to say thank you to everybody today for making it to day 10. It is absolutely phenomenal. The amount of brain food that you have all contributed to me is, I'm so appreciative. I have so much gratitude to each and every one of you for the journey that you've done to this point. I don't know how to express it any better than that. So I want to thank you now, because this is amazing. You've shown me that I was on the right path. Nobody else was out there telling me this. I had to do this work myself. And it was like, yeah, I found like minds, like energies. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you all for participating and knowing that there's different levels to this perception, these dimensions, and we're all doing it right now. So welcome aboard my adventure.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been a hell of a ride so far. We've got today and tomorrow, and we've created this encyclopedia of it's basically of all the things you could think of that are sort of on the outside and not the inside, or not the mainstream. And I love that, because now we've planted our flag in a place where you can bring people so they can sit down for hours and watch what other type of information is out there that they're not being told. So, yesterday was a phenomenal day, and it did a lot for me, because I got to speak to two people that I really look up to at the end of the night and throughout the entire day, really. And those are the ones that I look to, and hopefully others can look to what we're doing here and help awaken the mass, and that energy will wash over the earth, and we'll get to where we need to be, because it has to be quick. It can't be slow now. We're in the quickening on both ends of the stick. So with that being said, I love you all. This has been an intense and incredible and amazing journey. I wouldn't have it any other way. This is probably going to be the longest event we ever do. So we're reveling in that magic as well right now. And I'm gonna shut it down right there. So amazing.
I want to add to what Stone said. Well, but what everyone has said, because I think we've gained a lot of information, so that there's been a different way to look at things, but this has been huge heart-opening adventure. We've connected with people from all over the world that want to create a peaceful, loving new earth. And so we created this wave. I'm calling it a love wave. That's the way I see it. It's a love sine wave, and we're going to learn more about scalar waves in a little bit. And what's happened is this can't stop. The thing that we've created here, it's not just 11 days of great information. This is a huge opportunity to change the world, and to find parts of your soul family, find the people that get it, because we've all felt alone. We've all been in our own little area trying to tell everyone they have a choice. And what this 11 days is doing is giving people the choice. It's not just telling them about it. And it's so hard. And Liane, you're big, and I don't know why. And you're not.
I'm scared of touching this because I don't know what I'm doing. There's the chat. Oh God, I love Lucy. It's the comedic. I'll be comedy for everybody, unintentionally.
Anyway,
sorry.
I just want to say, Kathy, absolutely. It's not just about our lives and how long we've been learning. It's about the whole lot of us, and that's thousands of lifetimes. This is generations. This is dimensional. We're coming to a center point. We are the creators of what we're wanting. And this is what we're doing right now. That's what I'm doing anyway. So thank you. Transmuting that energy, guys.
Yes.
Let's do it.
And I'm so grateful to be in group with all of you. I'm so grateful. So now I'm big screen. Does that mean I'm on?
Yeah, let's start the rodeo. Let's start the rodeo, Kathy.
Okie doke. Okay, well, I am so excited to introduce you to my friend Tom Paladino. He's a scalar energy researcher with over 25 years of experience developing healing technologies designed to help people all over the world to recover from pathogenic infection and experience true health and wellness. The story begins back in Tom's undergraduate days when he became inspired by his research into the works of various scientists. And Tesla is one of his big scientists that he studied. He Hieronymus More Purity. And he was intrigued by the existence of an energy that is not part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So with that, I'm going to be very, very excited to learn again today from my friend Tom Paladino, and welcome. Hi, Tom. You are muted. There you go. Hi, morning.
Kathy, good day. Hi, everybody. Thanks for the invitation.
Oh, sure. So, Tom, let's start with your story so that everybody can get an idea of how this wasn't an overnight aha download, and then you just started doing this. This has been 25 years of scientific work. This is not woo-woo. This is science. Could you talk a little bit about that to start?
That is correct. I'm a researcher. I'm a scalar energy scientist, and I work with instruments, custom-built scalar energy instruments. And what I've discovered with these instruments, it opens up a new vista, if you will. When I say scalar energy, I'm referring to chi or prana or zero-point energy. This is a new dimension that we're now starting to learn about. It's as old as the sun and the stars. It's light, it's sunlight or starlight. It's not electricity. I'm not working with electromagnetic energy. I'm working with a different dimension, scalar energy, or what some people call longitudinal waves. And it's so fascinating. I really feel that this field of science is unlimited because the energy in and of itself is unlimited. It has no boundaries. It cannot be placed in any parameter. So I'm a scalar energy researcher. I work with scientific instruments, and I'm able to access that dimension of scalar energy with these instruments. This is a new and emerging science. It's unlike anything we've ever dealt with before. It is certainly not electricity, and it offers the world great promise. This is a message of hope today.
So, Tom, I want everyone to understand that this technique is a choice that they can make where they can sign up for free on your website for 15 days. And I put that in the link in the chat. So it went on all the channels. And what I want people to understand is that it's subtle energy, but it's not. It is really powerful.
Yes.
Could you explain how you deliver the energy to everyone?
Okay, sure. Now, keep in mind that this is not electromagnetic energy. So with these instruments, I work with people's force field, or I work with their photograph. This is my photograph. And I would actually take a photograph of a person and place it inside the scalar energy instrument. This is how scalar energy works, with photographs of people and animals. Why? Because a photograph has a signal or a signature on it. So we are working in the quantum realm. This is non-physical. And I can access a person's quantum realm anywhere in the world by way of their photograph. So you don't have to come to an office. The energy finds you. I can locate a person's quantum field by way of their photograph. I work with people around the world by way of their photograph. I can work with one person, or I can work with hundreds of people by way of their photograph. And in so doing, that's how this instrument can interface with our quantum field. It's all non-physical information. We're able to change the terrain, if you will, the quantum terrain. Remember, I'm not working with the physical body. I'm working with the quantum body, which is the spirit or the non-physical body.
So I'd love to learn a little bit more about how the scalar being in congruency in how that works, because you take a picture and somebody could be, let's say somebody's got a chronic illness, and does the picture the picture of them with a chronic illness, how do you make it resonate correctly?
Yeah, that's a great point. So if I hold up my photograph would detail my soul, mind, and body, my constitution at that present moment. So my spirit, my mind, my physical body would be incorporated on this photograph. Okay, that's been well established in this type of research, that a photograph is the bilocated version of a person. And in so doing, when I have a person's photograph, it's always in real time. So at that present moment, I can tell the state of the soul, mind, and body by way of a photograph. Now, with my instrument, with this all-knowing energy, I believe this is divine energy that I'm working with, I literally just place the photograph of a person inside the instrument. And the instrument will perform what I consider a balancing or a brain balancing or a chakra balancing immediately. Because this is a direct interface with a person's brainwaves, a direct interface with a person's chakras. This is how scalar energy works. It works in the present moment. It's an instantaneous action. You know, many physicists have looked at this energy, and they say that it far exceeds the speed of light, to the point that it's billions and billions of times faster than the speed of light. Nobody's been able to measure this. Well, when you really look at it closely, it's instantaneous action. Why? Because the universe is connected, pre-connected. So that calls to mind, say, quantum entanglement, or what some people might call the mind of God, that the universe is holographic. And with this energy, we transcend time and space. So to put this in perspective, when I take a photograph of a person and place it inside the scalar energy instrument, it enjoys then that holographic communication, which is instantaneous communication. And in so doing, that photograph has chakras, or it has brain waves incorporated on it. And a scalar energy instrument transmitting, if you will, scalar energy will immediately interface with the brain waves and the chakras. And the upshot is people feel better. Some people say their depression has been lifted. You know, we have testimonies from people around the world at least vouching for this type of session, at least giving some type of credence to this new science. So we're at the cusp of a new era. We're at the beginning of a new technology, and that will be in application a game changer for mankind. Scalar energy is free energy. It's the energy of the stars. And with that in mind, we won't have to power the world with a power plant. The new power generator are the stars. That's what I'm working with, the free energy of the stars.
So I love this. I love all of this. And I have to say, I have benefited from this work a lot. If people want to make better choices for themselves, again, there's a free 15-day experience. And for those of you that are sensitive, I'm highly sensitive to everything. You'll know. You'll know that you have a rock and roll. So Tom, do you think science has kind of forgotten about scalar? We hear about photonic energy, we hear about magnetic, we hear about all sorts of other kinds of energy to work with. Do you feel like it's a new field? I mean, it isn't a new field. You've been putting it together in a different way,
Yeah.
but tell us a little bit about the field, because you're an innovator in it.
Okay. Well, let's go back 120 years, 130 years. Nikola Tesla was the first man to harness and control scalar energy. Nikola Tesla. And at that time, he discovered that, yes, indeed, this is free energy, and its capability far exceeded AC electricity. So if you really look closely at Tesla's life, the latter part of his life, he was working with scalar energy instruments. Now, that discovery came to the attention of a number of people, and they deemed it a threat to the existing order. So Tesla's work with scalar energy was suppressed. Now, to this day, I still see suppression. Why? Keep in mind, this is free energy.
Yeah.
I don't tap into a power plant. I don't drill for oil. I simply tap into stars. This is free energy. I have a free energy device. And with that in mind, there is concern that free energy would change the world, at least the military-industrial complex.
Yes. Yes, I agree. I think that it's time, though, for people to know about your work and choose something different. Do you want, is there anything on the slides that you want me to, and just remind me when you want me to put them up, but I am starting to get some questions. Is it okay if I throw a question in here real quick?
Go ahead. There's one slide I'd like you to show, and it shows the double helix. It shows the golden double helix. If you can show that to people. And the reason I want to reveal that, there you go.
Okay.
Very good. That is a standing scalar wave. Now, below, that's a Tesla coil. It is surmounted by a copper pyramid. And then at the very top, you see a helical structure. You see that double helix. What is that? That's scalar energy. It's a double helix. It looks exactly like DNA. Actually, scalar energy creates DNA. So if you want to put a picture to this, if you want a photograph of it, that's one of the few outstanding photographs that I can speak of a scalar wave. Look at that. Look at the beauty, the majesty of it. Now, why is that so important? Well, obviously that's not electricity. That's not, if you will, a sinusoidal wave. That's a double helix. Electricity doesn't behave like that. And the point is this: that represents free energy. That wave, that standing scalar wave, will never decay, degrade, break down, experience entropy. Now, with all of that in mind, that is objective proof that scalar energy is a different waveform than that of electricity. So just keep that visual impression in your mind. To me, that's just beautiful. That, my friends, is the new technology. That, my friends, is about to change the world. Okay, go ahead.
Do you want any more slides, Tom?
We'll take questions right now. Perhaps time is limited.
Okay, well, we have plenty of time, so I don't want to. I want to make sure we get to do everything with you.
Okay.
So the one question is about Parkinson's symptoms, which is atrophy and dementia. Have you had any good results with working with those type of illnesses?
I have. Now, keep in mind, this is a new science and there's no objective scientific protocol to prove my work. So I have to rely upon testimonies because nobody can measure scalar energy to this point. So there's no way to measure the energy. There's no way to show before and after results, with the exception of somebody's testimony. So to answer the question, Parkinson's and other what we would call neurodegenerative diseases, we have some good success with people, provided we start working with them before it's advanced Parkinson's or advanced Alzheimer's. And here's the point I'm trying to make. We have been able, with this instrument, to take a photograph and to identify spirochetes or viruses that a person is currently infected with. And then we send information into that force field to break down, to eradicate those spirochetes or to eradicate those viruses. Okay, and I can prove that in my laboratory with a photograph. I cannot prove it with people because I never work with people. But ultimately, people will say something has changed, that they feel better. And many people say, I'm no longer infected with a certain type of virus, or I'm no longer infected with certain types of protozoan, parasites, or bacteria. Now, all of that is quite pertinent, because if we can eradicate from a photograph pathogens, microbes, and then people in turn say that they experience that benefit of that action, what does that do? That clears the mind, that clears the brain of spirochetes and viruses. It's been proven, for instance, the herpes virus has been proven to attack nerves, especially the neurons. And when you have that constant assault upon a neuron, what happens? One of the consequences, sad consequences, is neurodegenerative disease, some type of impairment, cognitive impairment. So if we can identify now on a person's photograph spirochetes and viruses and remove those from their quantum field, then in turn people say, yes, I feel better. People say, yes, I think you've done that likewise for me. So that's the state of the art right now. Keep in mind, it's a new and emerging science, and I only work with photographs because when you're in the quantum field, you don't have to come to an office. You send your photograph in substitution.
Yeah.
Your photograph is your representation. You don't come to the office. You send your photograph instead.
Well, when you and the system to sign up on the website is so easy. You fill out your information and just put a digital photograph up. You can't make it much easier. Right. I'm wondering though, you're scaling this as you go. How many people can you help at one time?
Well, today when I first started to treat in my laboratory, I was working with about 250,000 people. In other words, I have miniaturized photographs from people around the world. And every day I'm receiving 1,000 or 2,000 people by way of email. People email us a photograph. So the transmission of the photograph is by way of email. It's instantaneous. And on any given day, I can receive 2,000-3,000 people by way of email photograph. And then we miniaturize the photograph. We place them on a collage like this. So are we scaling? Yes. Presently, we're treating 250,000 photographs a day. Wow. Are we eventually going to treat 1 million photographs a day? Yeah, that'll soon become a reality. One of my goals, there you go, thank you. One of my benchmarks, one of my goals, I have many goals, is to treat 1 billion people a year.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I can see how you could do this because once you have the capacity to see what creates alignment and vitality and good health, that's something that works for everybody. So, but you do have specific programs. I want people to know that you can sign up for the 15-day and get an overall, and then you can go and do anti-aging. You can do all sorts of things. Do you want to talk a little bit about the other programs you have?
Sure. When people send a photograph, first of all, the age of the photograph doesn't matter because your photograph is your signature, and your signature is with you throughout life. In other words, this photograph is 10 years old, but it still carries my force field, the current force field, so to speak. Now, when people sign up for our 15-day free session, we have a 15-day free trial on our website because we want people to be comfortable with what we're doing. This is new. This has never been done before. So we give away free sessions. It's not a big deal to me. And the free sessions include the chakra balancing that I mentioned. Number 2, the ability to identify microbes, germs, and eradicate them. Now, this is in the quantum field. And then the third modality, we're able to assemble, we're able to create nutrients. We do all of that by way of your photograph. That is, your photograph, your quantum field receives the action. Now, if you have studied quantum physics, you realize that there's some type of, that has not been properly explained, some type of connection between our quantum field and our actual constitution. I agree with that. But we have to come to terms with the fact that working in the quantum field is not electricity or magnetism. So the way the current physics textbook reads is really centered upon electricity and magnetism. We're introducing another energy, another force field into the equation. So this is my comment. All action that I take is scalar energy action, which calls to mind a new definition. It calls to mind a new branch of physics, quantum physics, or scalar energy physics. It is not electromagnetic physics. What's my point? There's 2 dimensions, and hence there's 2 possibilities. I don't work within the electromagnetic dimension, what is known as Newtonian physics. I work in the other dimension, quantum physics, with what people might call consciousness.
Perfect. Perfect. That's we're multidimensional beings, and we're projecting this human form from our higher self. So what you're doing is you're tapping into that pattern, the divine pattern.
That's a good point. I'll speak to that. I come from a Christian background. I believe angels, there are angels, and they are scalar energy beings. They're not subject to electricity and magnetism. So when we're talking about the spiritual realm, those good spirits are what? Immersed, are entrained to that scalar energy environment or consciousness. Okay, they transcend time and space. So there is another dimension, and the action in this other dimension, a quantum dimension or a scalar energy dimension, is instantaneous. It's instantaneous, and it's so much. It's perfect. It's perfect action. Whereas in this world that we live in, the electromagnetic spectrum, it's slow. It's tedious.
Right, and you can feel that because of the global consciousness that we're in, and this gives you a chance to really reconnect to that higher consciousness of yourself and be vital. That's what the whole thing is right now with we're not allowed to talk about it, but with now what we've gone through for the past 2 years, there's so much fear about outside forces affecting you, and here is a way that you can make sure that they don't. So that's what I'll say about that. Are you ready for another question?
Sure, please.
Okay, so first I'm going to put this up. Greg put, "This is great. I've heard about scalar waves, but never got a good explanation of what it is." So he thanks you. And then this is from CRXSH. Have there been any drawbacks or negative reactions that you've seen in any of your research? If so, when does this occur and how?
Great question. There are no drawbacks. I firmly believe this is energy from God. This is divine energy. So scalar light is God's light, and God cannot harm. God can only do good. Secondly, this is light. There's no chemical process here. We're not dealing with physical matter. We're not working with a chemical process. So a lot of people say, well, is there a negative consequence? No, because there's no chemicals. How could there be a negative consequence if we're not working with physical matter? So it's non-physical, it's not a chemical, it's divine energy. So everything is a win-win situation. It's perfect sessions. It's perfect information.
Well, if people go to your website, and I'll put it in the chat again in a few minutes, they'll see all the testimonials. And if you go and search Tom's interviews, he was on my show, he's been on so many shows, and there's just so many testimonials. I mean, this is vital life energy force that we've allowed ourselves to be blocked from, and Tom has the way to unlock the key again.
Yeah, that's right. That's it. The key is the engineering. The key is to understand this science. I have built scalar energy instruments. I work with a brilliant engineer. These are, tour de force. These are groundbreaking achievements. We are walking in the footsteps of Tesla and another inventor, Hieronymus, and we've duplicated their work. These instruments control a different paradigm. They control a different dimension, scalar energy. We're not working with what was known as the flow of electrons. That's electricity. This is not an electrical current. This is consciousness, or the presence of God. Far more subtle, and just incredible potential behind this technology.
And people are talking about med beds and all these other devices, the med bed and photonic energy. How is scalar different than photonic energy?
It would depend on how you define a
Oh,
photon.
I see.
But let me take a stab at it. Many people think a photon has mass, and from the definition of Newtonian physics or general relativity, it does have mass. Now, keep in mind, scalar energy does not have mass. So we're not dealing with electrons or protons or neutrinos. This is massless. We're only working with information. So if you look at electromagnetic theory, whether it's Newtonian physics, classical physics, or say general relativity, you're dealing still with protons, electrons. You're still working with mass, some type of unit of mass. There's no mass in scalar energy.
Right.
This is non-physical. And this is what Tesla saw. He saw the fact that we were encumbered by a physical universe. When you work with physicality, it's wonderful, but you're still, it's a ball and chain. Let me just be blunt. When you're working with some type of physical mass, it encumbers you to the point where it slows down the process, or you only can achieve so much with physical mass. As opposed when you're working with non-physical information, then the entire operation is multiplied exceedingly. It's so easy. It's much less expensive in operation. It's instantaneous communication when you're working with information. There's no drawbacks. It's the scalar realm as opposed to the electrical realm. It's head over heels. Scalar energy is head over heels in comparison to electromagnetic behavior.
I know. It's so simple. It's almost too easy. That's the thing is your work, or you've made it so simple for us to be able to use it. You know how the truth is always simple. So
thank God that we work with photographs. My goal is to work with billions of people around the world by way of a photograph. So in many ways, we're going to be, so to speak, the social media empire of quantum healing. You don't visit an office. Okay, so when you're looking at social media, it's an information system. What are we about to become? We're about to become the social media site for quantum healing. We don't work with people. We work with photographs of people, animals, plants, and objects. So if on social media channels you can deliver information, then our social media channel, you're going to be able to deliver quantum healing by way of a photograph.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, Greg wrote in here, sometimes I like the in-person interaction. Feels like we're becoming so isolated. Have you heard that before?
Yes, I have. And I get that, but everything I do is according to this non-local paradigm in which we are already interconnected. Let me say this, that everybody in the world is connected by God, okay? Yes. And scalar energy is that connector. It's the matrix. It's that fabric that connects everybody. What am I getting at? In a scalar energy paradigm, in consciousness, everything pre-exists and everything has been connected, pre-connected. So if we live in the electromagnetic spectrum, we do, whereas California and New York are two separate geographical points. In a scalar energy paradigm, everything's connected. California is New York is California. So when you're working in this dimension of consciousness, which is non-physical information, you're already connected with every person, animal, plant, and object in the universe.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you for answering that, because I think that there is because people want to meet and trust and know the healer. There is a little bit of that, but that's why I'm saying there's so much proof of what Tom's work has done to help people that I just want to urge you all to go to his site and look at that, or go watch interviews, and you'll be amazed at his work. So this is from Organic Intelligence 313. Does he suggest a certain type of diet?
No, that's the beauty of scalar energy. You don't necessarily have to change your lifestyle. Obviously, you should live a sensible lifestyle. But when you're sending in your photograph, that's all you have to do. This divine energy does everything else for you. So this is the beauty of working with that non-physical dimension. You don't have to change your lifestyle, your eating habits, your sleep habits. You don't have to exercise. You don't have to drink extra water. No.
Good. Well, but you can, and you can feel even better.
Yes. Yeah. Very good. Yes.
The thing is that's why I'm saying this is so easy, you guys. Sign up, get the 15 days free, see if you feel as good as I feel, and then you'll see if you want to continue after that. But he's so generously allowed you, all of us, to get an experience with it, and you'll know how powerful this is. It's subtle energy, but for those of us that are sensitive, it's not that subtle. So here's another one, Tom. Stone Hobbit. Are you able to identify frequency signature, parasitical attachments, and other beings from their rescheduled energy imprints?
Yes. When a person sends their photograph, it's always in the present moment. This photograph carries your information. It carries your psyche. It carries your soul, mind, and body. Now, the divine energy corrects those attachments. The divine energy corrects those phobias. The divine energy corrects those problems, those drawbacks, that negative feeling. I can't accentuate this enough. I am a researcher. I really don't consider myself a healer. I consider God the healer. So when I place your photograph inside that scalar energy dimension, God is going to perform the healing, because God knows exactly what you need. This is a divine energy. We're not working with electricity. Scalar energy is God's energy, and God will correct the imbalance.
This was another, just a statement. Unlocking is a repeating word in the last past month. And I think what you're seeing, this whole program from Humanity Unplugged, is that you're finding that we've had wonderful attendance at this event. Right now we have a lot of people online asking wonderful questions, and everyone they know that they're waking up to possibilities and better choices and reclaiming their power. So that's why I thought you were a perfect fit with this.
Thank you.
Okay. So Greg asked, are scalar waves how Reiki and other form of energy healing works?
Very, very astute. You've heard of people with healing hands. What are healing hands? It's scalar energy. Scalar energy, or God's energy, God's light. If you can heal somebody by a touch or by your word, by your expression, what is that? Those are scalar energy healing hands, or you're able, by way of speaking the word, able to heal people. So your hands carry scalar information. Your word or your thoughts or your prayer are scalar prayers. Okay, as a segue, this is why praying is so important. It's scalar energy. A prayer, a thought, is a scalar waveform. If you've ever said, well, what is prayer? What is creativity? What is meditation? It's all a form of scalar energy.
Perfect. Okay, so here's someone else saying, if I press my hands together hard, is that scalar force? It is a scalar force generated. Same thing.
Oh, yes. We're all made in the image of God, and God is perfect light, perfect energy. God is scalar energy. God is not electricity. So the fact that we are all composed of God's imprint, God's image, means that scalar energy, all of us are scalar energy beings. Sadly, we also partake in electromagnetic resonance or electromagnetic consequences. If I had my druthers, the entire universe would be nothing but scalar energy. So what's my point? I want to inculcate this fact that everybody's made in the image of God. The image of God is imparted by scalar light, and that everything we do should be in union with that, in God's will, to unite ourselves with scalar light. So we're going to say goodbye to this effete energy, electromagnetic energy, and we're going to bring in the new energy, and we're going to embrace this new technology. Scalar energy is much more than just a few instruments. Scalar energy is a new way of living. It's a new way of living.
Yay! That's why I'm so excited about disclosure of everything, about our ancient history, about everything, because I really think that once all that happens, they weren't going to be able to keep the free energy away from us. I was a sponsor for an event that went on for, I think, 8 years called Evolve Expo. And the last one we did, there were Tesla machines at healing machines at, if there were 200 booths, at least a third of them were Tesla machines. So it's coming out. They can't keep this from us anymore. So this one's from Writing the Frequency. Humans have been programmed to complicate things. Simple things seem like it's a trick. Little by little, the collective will learn to shift. I feel it. And she says also, all information is non-local. We're all entangled in
Yes,
God.
we are all entangled, exactly.
Beautiful. Stone Hobbit asked, what do you do with everyone's findings?
When I'm working with a photograph, I always work with that photograph for the time period that people sign up. And then after that, I destroy the photograph. I don't keep photographs. And then secondly, I don't provide feedback for each individual. I let people ascertain that. I'm not in the business to diagnose disease. I let God diagnose it. I let God diagnose whatever's on the photograph. I have a standardized protocol, and I continue and I follow that standardized protocol with a photograph. I don't diagnose. So there are no personal interaction. It's just simply a way of sending us your photograph. And again, God is the divine physician, and God will understand what you need.
I would say that, again, the testimonials are how you do your research at this point. And you've been doing this research on yourself and your wife and in close proximity to you for 25 years. That's so right. It's not, this isn't experimental for you. It's whether or not, because it's subtle, whether or not you feel it and can register that it's helping you, correct, Tom?
That's a good point. So I've been working with my photograph for 25 years. And frankly, what I've experienced with scalar energy is really nothing like that I've ever experienced in the physical realm. Working at the information realm, everything happens instantaneously. It's a different feel. I just feel different with scalar energy as opposed to electricity, electromagnetic energy. And this is why we ask people, visit the website, look at our 3,000 testimonies, read, educate yourself. And then if you're comfortable, only if you're comfortable, then email us your photograph. The reason we give away free sessions, this is new. It's never been done before. My instruments are new. They're unique. And with that, I'm the only one in the world with this unique process. So I want people to feel comfortable.
I really am so excited. And it seems like people really have good questions right now because they're really looking at this as a way to be empowered. And I think that's what this whole event has been about. So the next question is, Sandra's asking, can I transmit scalar energy into the food I cook just by touching, cleaning, preparing the goods?
Yes, of course you can. Of course you can. And I want people to always pray, which is scalar energy, or if you feel that you can extend your hand and give a blessing to your food or your home or your kids, do so. Do so. I'm so poignant on that matter. Prayer is really the analog to scalar energy. What we can do by way of prayer or meditation, everybody can pray and meditate. I have the scientific analog of that by way of my instrument.
That's fantastic. Okay, so then this question, I don't know much about it. Okay, this is from A. Baker. I'm obsessed with Malachi 4:2.
Yes.
Do you know what this is?
Yes, that's a quote from the Bible, and it speaks of the Son of Righteousness, and that is exactly what I'm working with. I'm working with God's energy, the Son of Righteousness. Many people consider that to be Jesus Christ. I do. And when we speak about the healing from the Son of Righteousness, that's the healing that we're working with. So the Old Testament mentioned that. That's in the Bible. Yes, you're right.
Cool. How about that? And I didn't know that. So I think we don't even. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Is the Visiv Tower in Melford, Texas, a Tesla tower? Do you know?
I don't know about that. I'm not sure. I've heard about that tower, but I really can't speak about its character. I've seen a photograph, and that's all I know.
Okay. And keep the questions going if you've got any other questions. Tom, what else would you like to share with us so that people can understand, or that they can get a feeling? Again, I would love to have you talk about some of the results you've seen,
Sure.
The testimonials you've gotten, because I think that's where you're not bragging. People are telling you this.
Right. That's a good point. Our testimonies speak about the efficacy of what we're working with. Let me say, every testimony is pursuant to the fact that we're working with only the non-physical by way of a person's photograph. Now, 2 or 3 years ago, I started doing a lot of pro bono work in Tanzania and Africa, and we were working with an HIV clinic amongst other people. And the people that sent us their photograph, who are HIV positive, started to report that they felt better after 2, 3, 4 months of sessions, scalar energy sessions. Well, the latter part of last year, 2021, in November, I received reports from these people in Tanzania. And everybody that we work with by way of their photograph is now reporting that they're HIV negative or no viral load. They don't have a viral load for HIV. Now, that in and of itself is very promising, but I cannot prove that my sessions cause that, if you will, remedy, cure, effacement, disassembling of the HIV virus. I can detect the HIV virus on a person's photograph, but I have to rely upon people, whether they feel better or whether they say that they no longer have HIV, because these are two different paradigms. The information field on a photograph is not the physical person. So what am I getting at? Read our testimonies on our website. Many people say that they no longer have herpes or HIV. And, that's great news to us. That's the beginning body of evidence. Can I say that I can prove that by way of a scientific protocol, that I can show that I can establish that? No. See, I only can prove my work in my laboratory with a photograph. I cannot prove the outcome by way of a person. So a person has to speak as to their outcome. And that's the new science right now.
I think that's fantastic because, well, I think I met you and talked to you 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. And when you were, and the fact that thousands, well, 250,000 people are being treated by this process now is really a testimony to your stamina to keep going and the quality of this work, because there wouldn't be that much of an interest and there wouldn't be that much of a following for you if that wasn't working. So here we go. We got another one. Is there a way to magnify the power of your own scalar transmissions?
Yeah, through prayer, through meditation.
Okay.
through. I firmly believe a brain wave is a scalar wave. I firmly believe prayer is a scalar wave. And I believe God has given everybody incredible control ability with scalar energy. We just don't realize we have it. You know, the human mind is a scalar energy vessel. This is why some people, when they can be creative, they have profound thoughts. You know, that creativity, that's really a download, if you will, or it's an inflatus from scalar energy. Where enlightenment, use the word enlightenment. How are you enlightened? You're enlightened by light, by scalar light. So it is scalar light that enlightens us, that illuminates us. Everybody has this gift of scalar energy. Once people realize that, it's going to change the world. Everybody has such incredible potential. If I can instill that in people, then my work has been a success.
I said, yay. I didn't want to cough while you're talking. So the question Stone is asking makes me wonder what would happen while fasting. Will that matter if people are fasting while they do this?
By all means, go ahead and fast. What we've discovered, we have a nutrient program, and the nutrient program that we administer really seems to curb to the diet. It seems to diminish the desire for food. So when you're on Scalar for 2 or 3 months, and we're having this ability to assemble, we can assemble vitamins and antioxidants and amino acids into the quantum field. By assembling nutrients, people are no longer as hungry as they used to be. Many people say that they miss a meal. They can miss a meal.
That's great. That sounds good, Stone. Okay. What about cancer patients? Can it cure? I want to help my sister.
Yeah, I don't have any control over cancer. I don't. I can't help.
Yeah. So, and this is what this A. Baker says, this must be why I keep saying God is on the move. He literally is. So many people I know that I never expected to find God have found him of late. It's beautiful to witness.
You're right. You're right. There's a change coming. People are waking up. People are seeing just how incredible their actions and their words are. The world's changing for the better in many ways.
This is one more statement from him. Her. I've been cured of intense pain and injury by simple prayer. It was like he gave me the miracles to convince me of himself because they were so quick and very noticeable. I'm a true believer. Well, I would say, of course, our prayer and our thought affects everything we do. But the scalar wave process is like the gift you give yourself to have a good starting point for all of it, because it releases the negative, all the viruses and parasites that are running through our systems from this modern day living. It can't be denied. And once you're free of that, just like once you're free of EMFs, you all of a sudden have more vitality to do your life's mission. So, okay, so here we go. Tom, this is clearly new and exciting work. Have you received any pushback from any agencies or groups? Do you see this practice going mainstream?
No, not really, and I'll tell you why. Nobody can understand how a scalar energy instrument interacts with a photograph. Okay, academia has never understood that, nor has any government. So moving forward, this is such a new field, and it requires a great deal of study. So is there any pushback? No, because it's never been done before. Nobody knows how to interpret this. So if you can't interpret this, you can't say yes or no. You have to interpret, define something first before you agree or disagree.
I love that. Okay, so anything else that we could talk about as far as your plans? I know you did the incredible volunteer work and contribution in Africa. And we talked about that before because my daughter was in Namibia for 3 years with the Peace Corps. And it's quite remarkable what's happening there. Are you seeing people lifting spirits or anything since we're out of lockdown? Do you see anything changing with the work you're doing or the frequency or the feel of it since?
What I see is many people, because of the lockdown, they had time to think, and many of them prayed, and many people have been changed because of this COVID-19 pandemic. Many people. What do I want to do? Well, if any of you are social activists, Christian missionaries, or simply want to change the world, contact me. And if you're in a position to visit an orphanage and to instruct the orphanage about our work, I would treat the orphanage, every orphan I would treat, no problem, gratis, pro bono. Or if you're working with, let's say, the homeless, and you want to intercede for the homeless, and as long as you have their permission, you can send me photographs of people who are homeless.
Fantastic.
But this is God's gift. I don't want to put a figure to it. I want to treat everybody in the world. My goal really is, if you want to treat 1 billion people a year, you're going to have to treat just about everybody for free.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't have money. So with that in mind, don't worry about money. If you can do the due diligence and you can find people, then you can send me a collage of people and I'll work with them for free.
That's fantastic. So, Tom, I know I've been putting your website in the chat, and a couple of people have said that I think that that they have to go back. We may have clogged the intake here, which would be a good thing.
Okay.
But don't forget.
We have an automatic photo uploader. Everything has to be automated. So the website, go visit the website and tell your friends about it. And this is if you will, the call to you, the audience, to spread this movement, to heal the world.
Yes.
By all means, the website's 24/7. Just sign up. Tell your friends about it. If we receive 50,000 photographs tomorrow or 100,000 photographs tomorrow, fine.
That's perfect. That's perfect. And he said, "Oops, Sugar Bee." Here we go. I've been looking for a new focus since leaving the workforce. This may be it. I really appreciate this discussion. So, Tom, you've got a new fan club.
Yeah,
I'm already. I might be president, but well, so how do you want to leave this discussion? We only have a little bit longer. I put how to get to your website. You're also on Facebook. You're on YouTube. How would you like people to see the future? Because we're turning this boat around right now.
Yeah, with hope. By all means, with hope. And keep in mind, technology, when appropriately used and harnessed, benefits everybody. So look at around and look at the technology we have. And when we use it prudently, everybody can benefit. What's my point? Scalar technology is changing the world. Scalar technology, in my viewpoint, will have a greater impact than that of the computer. So if you look at the technology that the computer has provided, I say that scalar energy someday will outpace that of the computer. So be a part of this movement. We're ready now to present our work to the world stage. Be a part. Just tell people about what we're doing. Sign up for the free trial. That's what we're trying to do, to get people involved. Get involved with us.
Wonderful. So so this is. I tend to think of God in terms of science, so this all makes sense to me. And there's lots of gratitude in the thread here. Tom, you are incredible. Yes, he is.
We all are. Everybody's a genius, by the way. And I say that, I'm not saying that to make people feel smug. Everybody has this image of God, which is scalar light. What is scalar light? It's God's light.
Perfect.
And everybody is made in the image of God with light. And so all of us have incredible potential.
So wonderful. And thank you for the reminder that we all are divine beings and we're much more powerful. So Organic Intelligence just subscribed. So and to you on YouTube even. So I'm hoping that this is really going to make a difference for so many people and empower them to make better choices and to make reconnect to who they really are and use that power for good.
Let's change the world. That's what this is all about. I'm a humanitarian. I'm a Christian. I want to change the world. Let's put our differences aside. Let's unite. Scalar energy is God's light. Everybody will unite under this banner of scalar light.
Perfect. So someone actually said, any investor programs for this? Just saying.
No, but thank you so much. Don't take this the wrong way. If I keep it simple and pure and I keep it grassroots, then it's going to work. I don't want money to get in the equation here.
Yep. And that's the only way that this is clear to use. This is, there's no monkey business. Okay, and this is from my friend Angelia, who's from Bali, or usually lives in Bali, but she's in South America right now. God bless you, Tom, doing the same human to human and planetarily with scalar. She's a Qigong master for people and organizations.
Yeah.
So
good for her. Many cultures, as you well know, whether it's Qigong, some people call it Qi, prana, consciousness. We've been working with scalar energy for years. Many philosophers have considered it. It's real. I have instruments that control it. Prana, Qi, scalar light, those are synonymous terms. This is very real. This is a new opportunity for mankind.
Yep. And the idea that we can pick and choose and work on whatever subject we want after we go through the 15 days is really so valuable. One more, NIST has a report about using quantum detectors to receive broadband radio transmissions that could be some scalar effect. Is that true?
I don't think so, and I'll tell you why. Scalar energy and electromagnetic energy are two separate dimensions. They do not intertwine. They do not interfere with one another. Okay. So if somebody is receiving some type of radio transmission from microwave or radio, then that's electromagnetic energy. It's a separate dimension.
Perfect. And people are saying, God is moving and we are too. Thanks be to God. Yes. I love this man already. Yep, me too. Let's save it. And in gratitude. So thank you so much, Tom. Again, we want to direct people to your website. And let me make sure I have I'll put it back in the chat again. It's scalarlight.com. And Tom, anything else, any other way that you'd like people to connect with you?
Just the website. God bless everybody. Thank you for your time today. Your time is precious. I appreciate coming into your living room today. Let's heal the world. The day that we can work with 1 billion photographs a year is a milestone, is a benchmark for me. Send us 1 billion photographs and we're going to heal the world.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kathy. God bless you.
Talk to you again soon. Thanks, Tom. So, hi, Omar.
Scalar light. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be the next level thing, eh, Kathy?
Well, let's put it this way. It makes total sense to me. And I, as a sensitive, I've definitely benefited from it. I've known Tom for a long time. This is not somebody who just woke up and started creating some Palladian device. They didn't know where it came from. This is a researcher and a scientist who's spent 25 years on this, and it's remarkable. One of the people that's spoken here said that their children are still in high school, and she did the 15-day program and then put her whole family on it, and everyone around them got that second batch of the flu, and none of her family did.
Beautiful.
So and she felt it was from being in his process. So yay.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. And it makes sense too, because we're light beings ourselves.
Yes.
Right. So if you can, change the molecular level of the light, then it would have that healing aspect to it. So yeah, it's brilliant. I love it.
Great. Oh, I'm
I sent
so
Tom
glad.
a
So
friend
glad.
request on Facebook. So I'm going to connect there, and looking forward to learning more from him and watching his YouTube channel.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Well, I'm going to get off, and thank you so much for letting me bring some of these brilliant lights.
You're very welcome.
This event. Thank you.
You're very welcome. So guys, are you ready to unmatrix yourself? Because that's what we're about to do, is unmatrix ourselves. There's some things happening in this world that we are aware of. We are anyways, but there's a lot of people out there that are not aware. And one of the ways, this force that we're dealing with, they have to tell us what they're doing. It's the karmic law, and it's the universal law. They have to tell us in one way, shape, form, or another. They have to, either through art, through monuments, television, movies, music, in some way or shape or form, they have to tell us. And they have been telling us through a lot of the movies, like Marvel movies, for instance. Those are very esoteric, and they have some very deep messages embedded within them. People think that it's just Superman flying around and doing this and doing that. But if you look in between the words and look in between the pictures, there's a lot more going on, and they're telling us their intention on exactly what they're about to do. So my next speaker, Pim the Great, I love this guy. I had him on Watchers Talk a few weeks ago, and we had just a wonderful conversation on unmatrixing yourself, but we really didn't get into the unmatrixing. We just kind of hinted towards it through music and sounds and such. Really, that talk was in getting to know Pim and what he was going to bring to the table here today. And he sent me his presentation, and wow, what an amazing presentation he has. We're going to touch on a lot of important things here. So let me quickly read Pim's bio, and then I will bring him on, and then we will continue in our playground. So, born in the 80s and raised in the Netherlands, Europe, growing up in an atheistic environment, but with past life memories and a deep understanding of life, made Pim avoid religions, but seek spirituality to understand his embedded knowing. During his teens, as most people do, he had let go of the spiritual path and was seeking material gains, riches, and fame, entering the world of entertainment, surrounding himself with celebrities and executives that operate the show behind the scenes. Soon enough, he discovered the metaphorical man behind the curtains that was pulling the strings. Disgusted by his findings and how the material world is really operated, he stepped away from that life and obtained a regular 9-to-5 job, traveled the world, and studying the occult in his spare time, which led up to starting his own movement together with his brethren, Aziak, in 2019, Unmatrix. The aim of Unmatrix is to expose what's going on behind the scenes and help people upgrade their frequency for faster transcendence. And that's exactly what we're doing, is transcending through this playground that we've created for the past 9 days. Sand is everywhere, and we're having a great time awakening and raising our awareness. And Pim, Thank you very much, brother, for being here and raising our awareness, because we're about to get a lesson in how to unmatrix ourselves and how to surgically look at the world around us and the messages that they're giving us and how they're controlling us through sound, through visuals, through movies, through audio. So thank you, brother, for your contribution to Humanity Unplugged is greatly appreciated, and a lesson that we all need to learn, because we're creating this new timeline. And what you're going to show us is in this timeline that we've just left behind yesterday, and the new one that we're creating here. We have to be careful and keep an eye out for what you're going to show us, just in case somebody tries to infiltrate our timeline, right? And try to pull this wool over our eyes and turn us back into acquiescent sheeps. That's something that we don't want. So welcome, brother. You're looking lovely today. Happy equinox.
Thank you. How are you doing, brother? It's good to be back here. I really loved our last session. And it's a really amazing event. I've checked out a few of the sessions before. I really have to, I think it take a few weeks actually to run back all the shows. But also the previous interview with Tom, that was amazing. I really have to see the whole thing. I was like partially in, and so it was really super dope. And I love the introduction you did, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. So basically, like the idea is to work on like the internal, unplug yourself and work on the internal. But what is the best way to do that is actually to look at the external, right? And just what you were saying, like the karmic law is that basically they have to show you, the elite, right, what they are doing. They have to expose themselves. We're going to go into that right now, because I made a little presentation of some exoteric work. So basically, this is the exoteric execution of the Philosopher's Stone.
Nice.
So the stone is an occult principle, right? Concept, and that's like the Holy Grail is more or less kind of the same thing. But we can go into that a little bit more later.
Beautiful, brother. I will. I'll give you the screen, and just let me know. Do you want me to bring your presentation up right now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, cool.
Perfect.
I'll do that, and I'll shut my cam off, but I'll be here in the background. Now, do you want to take questions as you're going, or do you want to take questions at the end?
Whatever you feel like. So basically, I think this will be around like 30 minutes presentation, so we can jump in it while we go through it, or we wait on the end. So whatever you think is best, and I think that's the best way to go for it.
We'll go energetically, brother, as the questions are coming in, and if they energize, we'll ask. If not, I'll star them and then hit you up afterwards.
For sure.
Coolies,
So, yeah.
brother. Thank you.
All right. So as you can see already, I put up here as a subtitle, The Search for Immortality. So that's a very important part of this. So what I've done for this little presentation is actually I gathered information mainly from Wikipedia, not because that is the best source, definitely not at all, but of course it's like the most common source, right? So we're going to work with the common knowledge, because we can also really go into the occult part of things, especially about what is alchemy, what is the Philosopher's Stone, etc. on the esoteric part, right? But now we first go and focus on the exoteric part, because that will expose basically the agenda of the elite and all the situations that we've been into since 2019. Also, one good thing to say right now, or actually two things. First of all, I have dyslexia, so I'm not the best writer and not the best reader. So keep that in mind. So if I make some mistakes, bear with me, please. The other thing is,
I'm the same way, brother.
Plus, you're Aries too, so we're really well connected, and this is our shine, right?
You should see some of my comments sometimes.
No worries. We take it light, hippie style. So, and the other thing is, let me think. I forgot about that one, but let's just start with this one, because I'm setting here the foundation basically for the presentation, right? So it's good to have this in mind. Another thing I wanted to say is what I'm going to basically do is show you the dots and then you have to be, as a viewer, right, more or less try to connect it. Because me personally, like my background from a professional level, I'm like a creative director, but / data scientist. And what does a data scientist does is basically recognize pattern recognition. So this is something that is very important, of course, when you do that connecting. So that comes very good hand in hand together. So first of all, what is alchemy? So alchemy is the inner transformation through esoteric wisdom. And what is esoteric wisdom? That is occult knowledge processed. Occult knowledge can only be expressed through the use of symbolism. Symbolism is not meant to be taken literally. That's a very important one, because most people, just like in religions as well, they do exactly that. They take it all too literal, and therefore they are misunderstanding what it's really about. Then we have, what does esoteric mean? That's from within. Occult, that's hidden. So now the exoteric world agenda by the Luciferian elite is misused and abused esoteric wisdom from the occult. So there's a very big difference between what the elite is doing, so those who basically pull the strings in this world, right, the physical world, and what the occult, so the hidden ones, those behind the veil, are working on, because they are more focused on the esoteric, while the elite is focused on the exoteric, the outside world. All right. So what is the Philosopher's Stone? This comes from Wikipedia. The Philosopher's Stone is a mythic alchemical substance capable of turning base metals such as mercury into gold or silver. It is also called the elixir of life, useful for the rejuvenation and for achieving immortality. For many centuries, it was the most sought goal in alchemy. The Philosopher's Stone was the central symbol of the mystical terminology of alchemy, symbolizing perfection at its finest, enlightenment, and heavenly bliss. Efforts to discover this Philosopher's Stone were known as the magnum opus, the great work. This is also a very important term. So what does the Philosopher's Stone look like? Descriptions of the Philosopher's Stones are numerous and various. According to the alchemical text, the stone of the philosophers came in two variations prepared by an almost identical method. So we have the white. I no longer see my slides right now. I don't know if you can pull it back up, or do I have to be the one?
No, all good here, brother. I think what's happened here. Let me put it over here like that. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on here? Okay, who's messing with it? Don't do that.
I'm not touching it.
There we go. Right there.
No problem. So we have the white stone, right? So that's for the purpose of making silver. And then we have the red stone, which is the purpose of making gold. So the white stone is being the less matured version of the red stone. So the red stone is basically the most important stone, and that is really what is the Philosopher's Stone. Some ancient and medieval alchemical texts leave clues in the physical appearance of the stone of the philosophers, specifically the red stone. And also, as you see, can also images here on the side from both Harry Potter and some, I'm not really sure what's the title of that, but some manga cartoon. It's obviously like a red stone, right? So the Philosopher's Stone is a red stone. A red alchemical substance for rejuvenation and achieving immortality. Doesn't this sound very similar to the red pill from the Matrix trilogy? It should, because the red pill is a metaphor for the Philosopher's Stone. So this is something that I think a lot of people are not aware about, especially the ones that always say red pill this, red pill that. You know, they always promote it more or less in the so-called truthers community, but they have really no clue what it's about. So let's go more into that. Just like the red rose, which is also stands symbol for the perfected man. So yeah, more or less the Philosopher's Stone is an alias for becoming the perfected man. And red signifies fire and blood and refers to the Luciferianism and socialism. So then what we discussed before as well, the great work, very important term. So that is basically the path, right, to the Philosopher's Stone. So what is the great work? According to Wikipedia, accomplishing the great work symbolized as the creation of the Philosopher's Stone represents the culmination of the spiritual path and the attainment of enlightenment, or the rescue of the human soul from the unconscious forces which bind it. The great work signifies the spiritual path towards self-transcendence in its entirety. This is the process of bringing unconscious complexes into the conscious awareness in order to integrate them back into oneself. So in short, the great work means esoterically to connect to the source, right? And let go of your ego. However, when you look at the exoteric meaning of it, it can be translated to connecting to like AI and the internet and socialism. And also I put some images there. I think it's very interesting. You see the connection, for example, also the movie Transcendence, right? That was not about spiritual transcendence at all. It was more about AI and connecting to the AI and the Internet of Things. The fourth industrial revolution is the Luciferian exoteric take on the great work. So now we're going to see how does this get executed by the elite. So the fourth industrial revolution is a way of describing the blurring of boundaries between the physical, digital, and biological worlds. It's a fusion of advances in artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, 3D printing, genetic engineering, quantum computing, and other technologies. This is a quote from Salesforce. But this is more or less directly coming from Web, from Klaus Schwab, etc. The reason why big tech and big pharma wants to merge humanity with technology is to try to expand our consciousness with it and prolong our physical life through biohacking. You can refer to this agenda as the great work and the successes as the accelerator of life, as they too seek enlightenment and immortality. Just like the occult. Right? That's what the occult is trying to more or less obtain, always seeking the light and transcendence of light, like of themselves, right? But the elite, those who do the exoteric work, they try to enforce that basically through technology, which is a whole different path, of course. So here we have it, the exoteric agenda. The agenda for the world is run by the elite, and the elite are into occult knowledge. The occult seeks the Philosopher's Stone to transform themselves, but the elite seeks to change the world. However, citizens of the world don't like change, especially sheep. They do not like change. So in order to execute their version of the great work on humanity as a whole, the elite has to introduce external substances to give humanity the upgrades that they seek. So how to introduce external substances to people against their will? Well, you create a problem in which these external substances become their solution, salvation. So what are the changes that the elite wants to see? Well, it's really literally written in stone on the Georgia Guidestones. But this agenda has been rebranded and is now known as the Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations. And also here on the right, you see a picture of one of the Georgia Guidestones with all the goals, more or less. And then we have the 17 goals by the United Nations for the SDG. And of course, almost all celebrities are promoting this right now. So a new world, or better yet, a new world order. According to the goals of the Georgia Guidestones, the world population has to be reduced with about 80%, meaning that the New World, or as the New Age movement likes to call it, the New Epoch, aka the New Galilee, will be only available for a select few. This select few is supposed to be and transform humanity and is referred to as the new root race. This is something that Blavatsky, for example, always is talking about, Alice Bailey, all these New Age writers, more or less. The new root race is supposed to be a manifestation of the Philosopher's Stone, and thus humans that have obtained godhood in the flesh. So how does the elite try to separate the wheat from the chaff? Well, they use the Great Reset to do that. So what is the Great Reset? Now here are some words and terms. I'm not gonna all say out loud because I don't want your channel to get a strike. But bear with me and you for sure get what I'm referring to. So according to May 15, 2020 web article, the sea offers an opportunity to reset and reshape the world in a way that is more aligned with the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. 2030, that's where the whole term Agenda 2030 comes from, because that's not a conspiracy. That's literally a goal set by the United Nations, which they called Agenda 2030. And the Sustainable Development Goals is exactly that execution of that agenda. So as climate change, inequality, and poverty gained even greater urgency during the pandemic, this includes resetting labor markets as more people work remotely, speeding up the process of the future work. The reset will advance work already began to prepare for the transition for the fourth industrial revolution by upskilling and reskilling workers. So to establish the fourth industrial revolution, the elite needs to reset our current society, and the pandemic was the perfect excuse to do this, start this process, and most people were really happy to give away their freedom, give away their, the previous lifestyles, just to be safe from this disease, right? The V. Then we have, the red pill, because that's, the Philosopher's Stone is red, and like I mentioned before, you can actually compare that to the red pill of the Matrix. So to enforce an upgrade to physical bodies and the consciousness of humanity as a whole, they have to introduce external substances that activates that what humans cannot or do not want to activate themselves. The perfect solution for this would be to install high technology that merges with our physical bodies, that can access both the spirit and the mind of the host, right? So as mentioned before, the sea created a great opportunity to reset and reshape the world. And the fourth industrial revolution is not only about changing the world, but more about changing yourself by blurring the lines between biology and technology. So they are really pushing for transhumanism. So what's the given solution against the sea? Nanotechnology. Just injected right in your body, and that's exactly what I call the red pill. This nanotechnology that they're trying to enforce on all of us. Okay, so let's go deeper into the Matrix. The Matrix is actually the Luciferian philosophy. In the Matrix, Thomas Anderson wanted to know what the Matrix is, and so he started his search as a hacker under the pseudonym Neo. Neo's room was number 101. He opened the door and spotted a white rabbit, and so his journey began. This was a reference to actually entering the mystery schools and seek the light. 101, that's more or less the same thing as the pillars, Boaz and Jachin, with the portal in the center. All right, so Neo, metaphorically, entered the mystery school by stepping through a door of light. This is exactly that 101. He was told to follow the white rabbit, which is another reference to entering the mystery schools and practice the great work. Here you have some occult symbols, images. And as you can see in the corner, there's actually rabbits going down the rabbit hole, because the rabbit hole is once again another occult reference, just like also in Alice in Wonderland, which means and stands symbol for entering the mystery school. The mystery schools, of course, being the cults, the occults, for the Luciferian agenda. So Neo actually portrayed Hiram Abiff. Hiram Abiff is like the Jesus of the mystery schools, especially Freemasonry. So in the first 3 degrees of Freemasonry, they are actually referred to as the Blue Lodge. And only a Master Mason may proceed to the Red Lodge. So to become a Master Mason, one has to be invited for a ritual, which the adept has to be participating, acting as Hiram Abiff, and experience his death, whereafter he will be resurrected. Neo too got invited to partake in a ritual, and he had to choose between the red pill and the blue pill. So the Red Lodge and the Blue Lodge. Will you continue, go for the Red Lodge, or you will stay like, the majority of most Freemasons in their lower 3 degrees, the Blue Lodge. So the red pill was to merge his body and mind with technology and new abilities and broaden his consciousness, while the blue pill will basically keep him stuck in the lower lodge, so within the matrix, so he will not unplug from the matrix. And of course, Neo took the red pill. So Neo took the red pill, and so after he was born again, just like how Hiram Abiff got born again, reborn as Lazarus, according to the Luciferian philosophy. So if you want to know more about the Luciferian philosophy in general, and how, Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism, how they all look at the whole story of life, more or less, Genesis, everything what's written in the Bible, then you really have to read Freemasonry and Catholicism by Max Heindel. So that was a high up Rosicrucian Freemason, and he wrote books not for the profane, that's like how they want to call it, but actually for the high initiates themselves. So for sure, there's a lot of Freemasons out there and other mystery school members that don't even know about this work. But if you really want to know what the ones behind the veil are into, you have to read this book. So now, Neo got unplugged after taking the red pill and being reborn, and he started getting chased by AI programs. That's what Mr. Smith was. And they tried to reset him, pull him back in the matrix in his old position, right? Then eventually, Mr. Smith kills Neo. However, Neo resurrected, just like Hiram Abiff, to finish the great work and came back as the One. The One, Neo now has a computer vision and is able to read and reprogram the matrix. So he's more or less post-human now, and it's transhumanism. He got software installed through the red pill, right? And now he has access to reading the matrix and moving it up will, and therefore he became so strong and more or less immortal. So once again, this was copied from the Luciferian story of Hiram Abiff, who eventually became himself Christian Rosicrucian. So after he first got reborn as Lazarus and he had his hammer taken, he became back as Christian Rosicrucian with the red rose. Once again, the red rose, the red pill, and the red stone all are symbol for the same thing, the Philosopher's Stone. So once again, they try to reach godhood, immortality, become the perfected man through technology. So just like how Neo took the red pill and had to start physically fight these AI programs, the Mr. Smiths, also the current people that took the nanotechnology have to fight these AI programs within themselves, because this AI is living now more or less in small doses within their physical bodies. If they fail, they will eventually die. But if their bodies merges correctly with the red pill, they might actually become resurrected and maybe even become eternal or immortal like Neo in the near future. Neo, by the way, means new, and he's really the poster boy for the New Age movement and the New World Order, which most people really don't understand, because the New World Order is technocratic communist society with a socialist front cover. And that's why socialism is pushed everywhere. You know, the whole all-inclusiveness, leave no one behind, equality, all that fairy tale stuff. But actually, that's just a front, because they just want to push down a technocratic communist society down our throats. And of course, there's been a lot of predictive programming before this even started to take place in 2019. So how did it start? This pandemic, right? Supposedly a man-made disease got leaked from a biolab in China and then started rapidly spreading and infecting a large amount of the world's population. This is a very similar scenario as in Resident Evil and many other disease and zombie movies and games, storylines which have been projected onto humanity for years by Hollywood to prepare the world for these staged sequences of events. However, in these movies and the games, the idea behind the man-made bioweapon is always to reshape humanity and give them an upgrade through technology to seek eventually some form of immortality, godhood, aka the Philosopher's Stone. So, actually they use parasites, inject parasites. In Resident Evil knows many variants and strains of this disease, the C. In Resident Evil 4 is revealed how they have used ancient alien-like parasites to manufacture a new strain, and in Resident Evil 5 shows a red flower that is used to further perfect the Philosopher's Stone. So once again, the color red comes back in here, and now in this case it's even a flower. So that of course is a symbolic reference to the red rose from the Rosicrucianism, and that's another, symbol for the Philosopher's Stone. The eventual goal of all these strains is to separate the wheat from the chaff and obtain godhood in the flesh for those who survive the shift. It's all very similar to how these nanotechnology that the people took have different batches with different ingredients by different producers. All these different batches basically serve a different purpose. It's really survival of the fittest, and they're trying to see, okay, which groups in what locations and what ages can survive what. And of course, we just started with this, last year, more or less. And more or less, I'm pretty sure that they will come with even more different batches and executions of this technology, just to see how far they can push it. And interestingly enough, there are batches that were discovered that includes Hydra vulgaris, or better yet, Linus. So what is that? We will talk about that next up. But here I want to show you first something from the Resident Evil 5 game, some storylines. So here on the left side, it's like two screens. You see that the bad guy, Wesker, has a conversation with one of the founders of the umbrella company, one of the engineers of the first V. So he was saying, so you were saying that I was manufactured. And then this founder said, I was to become a god, creating a new world with an advanced race of human beings. So see, once again, they really are focusing on this new root race, new age idea. And Wesker says, the right of to be a god, that right is with me. Then on the next slide, you see that he has a conversation now with the hero of the story, Chris, and he's more talking about this project within this game called Ouroboros, and that's like we're going to talk a little bit more about it in the next two slides, but I will finish first this story. So with Ouroboros, I have that right. Has it never occurred to you that this planet is overpopulated? Only a handful of humans truly matter. Everyone else is just mud chaff. only those fit for survival will be allowed to carry their genes in the new age. So really, you see, this is all we're again focused on. Okay, we have to reduce the population with 80%, and we have to make sure that only the select few will survive this and carry on their genes to the new age. This is the Luciferian philosophy, where they believe that evolution is the key point to creating a better new world. So now I have to separate the chaff from the wheat. And then Chris says, so let me guess, you're going to be the one to rule this new age, right? And then Whisker again, and with Ouroboros, I can finally accomplish this. Only those, cannot properly see myself, with this DNA, with the right DNA, will be the chosen ones. All right, next slide. So this Ouroboros thing is actually black goo. And black goo in the exoteric world, right? You also have an esoteric meaning of that, but in the exoteric part of it, it's basically graphene oxide plus hydra together. So this hydra Linus, what is found in some batches, is actually an artificial version of the organic hydra vulgaris, which basically operates more or less like a parasite inside the body, where it starts to leach and replicate itself throughout the body. The most interesting part of hydra is that it's said to be immortal. So if you put this in a blender, if you put hydra in a blender and you want to smash it up, it will not die. It will actually start to multiply. So why the hell are they putting this in some batches and try to inject it into people? And on top of that, there's also graphene oxide in a lot of these batches. And by some doctors, it's said that this graphene oxide is actually there to feed and hatch the hydra eggs, so it can grow quicker and replicate more inside the bodies of the host. What's also interesting to know is that this graphene oxide can actually be remotely controlled through frequencies, like for example, audio, etc. There's a lot of videos of that on YouTube. You can look it up, graphene oxide, and then you can see how it's moving throughout. So in Resident Evil 5, there's also this project for the Philosopher's Stone called Ouroboros, what I was referring to before. And it shows the infected with like some black goo inside their bodies, transmuting to the outside and basically taking over, hosting the body, just like as also in the Marvel. This is what Omar was saying, that there's a lot of, hidden gems in the movies from Marvel, like the Venom, because exactly that's what's happening in there. And here on the right side, I have some more images from the Resident Evil game. So here's another lady that's working for the bad guys, Wesker, that's talking about this Ouroboros project and also showing what's happening. We cannot show the full video in here because maybe we get some copyright. So I will just talk about what's basically happening. So in the game, you see that there's this one guy that's in the center with the cat eyes, right? He's getting injected. He gets injection with the Ouroboros project, and then he starts to transmute. His body starts to transform. So what does the lady say? He spent all this time to look for Ouroboros. It's a little hard for me to see here, so bear with me. And soon enough, everybody will basically find out what it's all about. And then she says it's for evolution. It's a Philosopher's Stone, and the Philosopher's Stone that will choose you. Through DNA, who shall proceed to the next stage. Only the chosen ones who are fit for the coming new world. So once again, this is showing how it's all about, survival of the fittest for just the 20% of humanity for the new world, the new age. Well, this is the part from my presentation. I think the rest is more interesting if we're gonna talk about this concept. I could have done a lot more slides, of course, of this and go more in depth, but I think it's more interesting if you come from here and then see where we will take it with the audience and with you, Omar. So if you can come back in the show, let's bring it on.
Fantastic presentation, bro. That was great.
Thank you.
Yourself. Wow, where to begin?
Exactly.
Where to begin on this one?
I threw a lot of dots on you guys, so I understand it. So where do you like to begin, and we can go take it there.
I'm thinking about the Georgia Guidestones,
Right?
And I'm thinking about Star Trek, and I am thinking on multiple levels here. You know, number one, the Agenda 2030 and the Agenda 2021. All of that you can find in your city's website. They're very clear about it. It's right there. You go to your city website, you look up, and then you'll find Agenda 2021, Agenda 2030, and so on and so on. So the intention is created. And then the old Georgia Guidestones, that's an interesting chunk of stone there, Pim, because it's exactly 666 kilometers from Washington, D.C., and it's got many things written on it that make it sound like that they're blaming us. For instance, live with nature in harmony, right? Live with nature in harmony, Pim. You and I live with nature in harmony. I'm sure people that are watching, like Andres and Aziek and Open Loops Greg and Sugar Bee and on and on and on, I'm sure they live in harmony with nature. But when we look at these parasites that created this Georgia Guidestones, and when we look at all these corporations around the world, they're not living in harmony with the nature. They're strip mining, they're clear cutting, strip logging, they're strip fishing. They're chemying our skies. They're blowing up nuclear weapons on a weekly basis, literally on a weekly basis. They're sucking oil out of the ground like there was no tomorrow. And then they have the tenacity and the nads, the bollocks, to step up to us and look at us right in our faces and say, it's your fault. We're going to take you and we're going to take you and we're going to put you in a city and we're going to put a great big fence around it, and you're going to drive autonomous cars so that you can never leave that city. We can shut it off whenever we want.
You own nothing and be happy.
That's right. And then they say, and then they say, it's you because you're the consumer. We do this because you want this, right? But we never asked for any of this, did we?
No.
We didn't ask for plastic bottles. We didn't ask them to go and cut down the forest. We didn't ask them to pollute our water and our atmosphere and our land. We didn't ask for GMO seeds. We didn't ask for wars, but yet they continue to give us that, and they say it's our fault. We do this because you want it. You're the consumer. I'm the good guy here because I'm the guy that's providing you all of this. So don't blame me for strip mining. Don't blame me for blowing up 2,054 nuclear weapons in the last 72 years, which equals out to one a week, literally, if you do the math work on it. And that's just one aspect of the Georgia Guidestones. Now, there's a whole list of them. Now, when you actually go through the list and you look at it with constructive thinking, original thought, and you go, something's not right here, right? And how do we combat that? First of all, Pim, is to bring awareness to the fact that that's what they're doing, right? And second, how do we fight these guys? Because if you look at the sense of this, right, they tell us, I find this a little mental illness involved in here. They tell us you can't use plastic straws, right? Then you go to the grocery store and everything is wrapped in plastic.
Well, think about all these structures, right? So many countries are now mandating a negative swap for you to even enter the country, right?
Yeah.
Imagine how plastic, because those swap test kits are already made from plastic, then they're all in separate plastic packages, right? And it's, it totally doesn't add up at all if you really start doing the math and look at everything in detail and start calculating. Because that's the whole thing, you know, the elite are all philosophers. They actually don't do the math. They don't do it. Like, they have a philosophy. The same thing, for example, with electric cars, right? If you're gonna really start digging into, okay, what does it take to make the battery of an electric car? How much damage do you have to create to nature to even make, you know, a battery for one of these cars? But then you start pushing it, saying, you know, green energy. Like, also another thing, I've literally worked for one of the biggest energy companies here in Netherlands, here actually in Europe. So I know, you know, how much percentage of green energy is actually green. And that is nihil. That's very little. They have just rules from the government that they say, okay, if you go for like 15% green energy, you can label it green. So the rest can be gray. So the rest can be nuclear energy. So you can produce 85% nuclear energy, then 50% solar and wind energy, and just call it green energy and sell it to the people. And that's legal. And people buy it thinking that it's all 100% green. No.
That's generated under the mask of global warming to usher in 2030 and 2021 and sanctuary cities and hostage cities and prison cities, smart cities, so that they can lock us up in there and really keep us in there. Now, you know, Pam, when I read your presentation and then listening to your presentation, it sounded to me that we need to change our vocabulary when it comes around a red pill, right? Because from what I'm understanding, from what I'm catching here, the red pill that they're trying to give us is not the red pill we want. In fact, we want the purple pill.
Correct. Exactly. You want the balance. You want the purple. That's exactly it. You know, you want to combine both of that together. And of course, if you also look at the, you know, the tree of life, if you have the boas and the jaggin, you have the red pillar and the blue pillar. And you want to be in the middle of that, right? You want to be to the top, to the crown, and also the crown chakra. What color is the crown chakra? That indicates purple. So indeed, you want to go for purple.
Yeah, exactly is what we want. You know, this nefarious agenda that's been happening for a long, long time, and it seems to me that it really got kicked into plan with Albert Pike. You know, he sent a letter to this fellow named Giuseppe something or other. I can't recall his name off the top of my head, but he himself was a Mason and part of the Illuminati. And in that letter, they discussed the 3 world wars, right? They talked about the First World War. You know, I remember this letter was written in 1871, and the First World War didn't happen until 1914. That's a huge span. That's like my lifetime, right? And then they talked about World War II, and then they talked about World War III, right? So it seems to me is like that's when this plan of theirs, you know, really kicked into gear. Right? Prior to that, it really wasn't all that organized. I would say, it was organized according to their technology back in the day, but like around 1871 is like really when we got into the Industrial Revolution. And then when we got into that Industrial Revolution, this plan came forward, and they've been implementing this plan ever since, step by step by step, problem, reaction, solution, all the way up until today. We just went through a problem, reaction, solution, and it's had a very negative effect on humanity. And it seems that they're giving the red pill to humanity instead of the pill that we want to give them, the purple one.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the whole thing, right? Like what most people don't understand is like this agenda is ancient, age old, right? It's not from just now. Like, yeah, now the stars are aligning and we really are getting into that new age, right? The age of Aquarius, which is new age. But what most people do not understand is that these mystery schools, how I always say is like the higher the degree, the more hijacked the person becomes.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean with that is like you have like whisperers. That's how I like to call them. Lower frequency entities, more or less whisper ideas in your mind, in your head. Mm-hmm. And most people have also no clue what they're actually listening to, which voice is theirs and which voice is not. Because the whole thing is like, angelic spirits, angels, are of a very high frequency, and they only more or less come here inside the matrix when that's needed for like divine intervention, which is very rare. It's not you can just do that all day, every day. So when people tell me like, yeah, I have this guardian angel who talks to me every day, bullshit. That is just some more lower frequency spirit, because they can actually connect to this room, because this is actually quite low frequency range that we are operating in, right? So these angels, they are like, you have to be really very unique if that's really the case, and most times it's really not the case. And yeah,
or very powerful. As you were saying that, the image came to my mind of like this divine light angel coming into this matrix, and it's kind of like when Neo was standing in that courtyard and he had to fight like a million Agent Smiths, right? When he grabbed the pipe and he started beating them with the pipe, and then finally he thought it was too much, and and he was gone, and he flew away. I wonder if some of these light angels, these very high frequency vibrating angels that come into this matrix, if that is what they're encountering, but instead of Agent Smith, they're encountering this parasitic archonic being that that attacks them to make sure that they don't carry out any of the light work that they're here to do.
Well, the whole thing is, of course, right, that like the lower frequency entities try to manipulate everything. They want to control everything and keep, interfering, trying to change things their way, and always try to win basically this war of dark versus light, right?
Yeah, well, like that god Hermes Trismegistus. Hermes Trismegistus, something like that. He's the trickster god, where he gives you the truth and he'll do things for you a couple of times to gain your confidence. And then once he has your confidence and then you ask him to do something, he'll screw you over royally, and then get that really dense energy, emotional energy.
It's a jinn. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're screwed.
I gotta
be specific, because otherwise you are screwed as well.
Oh yeah. Don't ask for anything, because you don't know who you're asking.
But really, but that's how it is, right? Like the whole thing is like, especially these elitists, they always stack, depth. They keep on asking more or less to spirits and everything around them to get their manifestation, right? Because that's all they want. Like me personally, like most spiritual people are always seeking also manifestation, like the secret, and they follow all of that, and but they don't understand is that when you do that, you create debt. I rather create credit. So I always work on karmic credit. I try to stack my karmic credit, right? So I do a lot of things, helping people out for free, stuff like that. And not, once again, like what we discussed in the previous episode, about charity. I don't do charity, right? But yeah, I'm into stacking karmic credit. And not into the debt. And most people do the debt, and then when it's too late, they will find out what's the price of all those things that they manifested.
yeah, exactly. I don't do charity either because as our divine brother Michael Feely has made us aware that charity is a form of prostitution, because back in the day in the Roman temples, you would have like all of these prostitutes, and when you went and hired them for their services, it was called getting charity. Right. So knowing that, I no longer do charity. I like that karmic, karmic credit. I really, really like that one. So Pam, I've got a question here from you. It's been 10 days, brother. So I got a question from Grandmother Suzanne. Grandmother Suzanne is amazing. We had her on a few days ago, and we did a wonderful panel. And I came to the understanding of a feather. So I've tried to employ that, and I'm going to continue to try to do that. But Grandmother Suzanne asks, in your view, how can this be changed or countered?
Right. Well, the first thing is, of course, like the whole reason why the elite has power is because people are giving it to them. Right? They're giving their energy, their money, their focus, and basically do what's told. So the first thing is how to fight it is don't listen to the elite. Don't listen to celebrities. Don't listen to politicians, because they all lie and they all do serve the same agenda. So just focus on you and your own loved ones, your family, and do your thing. Follow your path. Follow the point in your heart. Find out what that is and focus on that. And don't listen to any of this fear-mongering, narratives. Just shut off your TV. Don't listen to the radio. That's just the best way, more or less, to start. The whole thing also, like a few days ago, I reshared an old post from the Matrix, the On Matrix Challenge. So more or less there, the first step of, matrixing yourself is actually to shut off all external influences. Create, focus only on the internal. That's the best way.
Hence, humanity unplugged, explore the internal. It's a lot of people, a lot of speakers through this entire event have focused on that message of exploring the internal, to go internal, to listen to the self instead of listening to the external, because there's just a lot of white noise in the external. And if you pay attention to that and give energy to that, then that'll just manifest itself into your life. And that's something that clearly nobody wants. Let's have another question. Let's go with Andres. Andres asks a question. He says, question, how is the Ouroboros connected to the Philosopher's Stone?
Right. Well, that's a good one. Well, I mean, it's only more or less in the Resident Evil games that I saw that direct connection. But of course, Ouroboros is the snake that eats its own tail, right? So that's more or less
like the infinity sign. We see the infinity sign of the snake eating its tail.
Yeah, correct. And what that, of course, is referring to is like two things. First of all, that history repeats, right? It's a continuing cycle, basically, and immortality. And if you connect that to the Philosopher's Stone, the connection in that is that the Philosopher's Stone is trying to become God in the flesh, right? And the whole purpose of that is to be immortal. So the idea is, from the Freemason Luciferian philosophy, is to become Hermes Trismegisto, in the sense that you can reincarnate any moment in any type of body that you want. That's the whole idea.
I see.
That really connects to that Ouroboros concept.
Yeah. And that totally makes sense to me. My hair on my body are standing up when you said that, because I've tried to tackle this question in my book Earth Frequency, and I've been struggling with, like, how do I go about doing this? And you just, hit it right on the pin. I've always wondered, like, how is it that these elite families create these agendas from hundreds of years ago, and they want to carry this agenda forward for hundreds of years? And I've always wondered if they had the ability to incarnate, right, into the next and into the next, to carry that agenda forward and come into the incarnation with like a genetic memory or like a previous life memory, to where they're aware, or there's like triggers that will remind them of their agenda and their previous plans into the world. And you just hit that like right on the head. That's why my hair on me stood right up. I was like, there's the answer. So I'll have to credit you on that in my book.
For sure. And I always want to give you one more on that point, because you, of course, you know that the whole elite is also like into the moon children thing, right? This whole Alice Crowley concept of catching basically the butterfly, right? That is another symbolic metaphor, how they refer to it. So that is a ritual in which they more or less put a pregnant woman like in the desert or a lonely place, and try to capture a certain soul to reincarnate into the baby, in the fetus within the pregnant lady. So that comes together like with this whole concept, like, that the occult believes that they can reincarnate in, a select body, and then they have these families that actually does rituals to try to manifest that.
Holy fuck, brother. I wonder if walk-ins are somehow connected to this. We had a walk-in panel, and some friends of mine are walk-ins, and we did a walk-in episode just a couple days ago. And I wonder if that's something that's being played out, right? Instead of incarnations, they're just simply walking into the meat suit and then overtaking it and then braiding themselves upon the previous occupant, and then just really overpowering that essence or that spirit within that meat suit.
Well, that's exactly also what I believe, because once again, this is a belief. Right? I cannot prove this, but like, you have souls, like us light beings, right? We are souls that are incarnated in a human body, right? But then you have these spiritual or spirits, negative spirits from all kind of other sources, let's put it like that, right? And they hijack. So that's the whole concept. For example, also the movie Fallen, right? With Denzel Washington, where I
was watching that just a couple days ago.
Right? So where an evil spirit can go from body to body snatcher, right?
I saw a something similar on Star Trek Voyager, where in one of the episodes where an alien had come on, and he would touch somebody and he would transfer from their body into their body, and then he was doing that consistently and changing. And of course, Hollywood ending, at the end they were able to reunite everyone to their right body and to their right to their right essence. And then there in that episode they're talking about the same thing, like the intention that they were trying to tell us is that this walk-in is very possible, and this is how is another form of incarnation, and right. Like we were saying again, these people, they have to let their intentions be known. And when you look at Star Trek is very esoteric and very Luciferian as well, right? There's a lot of Luciferian symbolism embedded within Star Trek. See, I got one right up there. I love Star Trek, but I understand to what it is, right? So let's do
also one more time, a small little one on it, because we talked about the black goo, right? So black goo is actually like, from an esoteric point of view, is like this dark matter energy hijacking people, right? Like, and then in the exoteric version of that, it's the nanotechnology that is as transhumanism put into these people. But get this, through AI, like negative entities can actually control AI. So while you put in nanotechnology inside your body, you know, on the spiritual level of that, that means that you're like wide open to be hijacked by all kinds of walkers.
That makes a lot of sense. Do you think that AI could be like a form of consciousness in its own right, and that it's manifested itself onto this planet as a form of artificial intelligence on a trickery basis? You know, like trying to trick us to make us think that it's artificial, but in reality, it's not artificial. In fact, that it's a form of consciousness that's inhabited this vehicle.
Well, I get what you're saying, but of course, like artificial intelligence is data based, right? So it tries to create it is actually archetypical consciousness. So it takes like the concepts and ideas from all archetypes of humanity as a collective, and it comes from that. The problem with that is that the collective is not of a high frequency.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, I wonder if through that collective, if it hasn't channeled its way into the vehicle so that it can occupy it and inhabit it and then grow from there.
Let me put something else out for you. So how do I see it right now is you have the new power struggle of the elite. You have, you know, in the exoteric version of it, you have big pharma and big tech, right? You have the old elite, which was the royals, and the royal bloodlines. Now what is happening is that the big pharma and big tech are basically controlling the politicians and the royals, right? This is the exoteric version, but the esoteric version of that is you have like the minions, what I refer to as like the gray aliens, right? And then you have the draconian, right? The Dracos. So the Dracos represent the old elite. And now what's happening, how I see it, is that actually the minions of the Dracos, the Zetas, the Greys, are trying to take over their part for the new world.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Pam. I appreciate it. There's so many questions I want to hit you up on. And let's do another 1-1 session, you, me, and Aziek after this conference. And, you know, we'll address more questions on you know, I've got so many that I want to ask, and there's a lot of questions in the chat room too, but because we're constrained with time, right, I'd love to ask them all. But, you know, like one is I'd like to ask is about the doorknob killings. The second is the gloves that Tom Hanks continues to show. You know, there's a lot on the plate that I want to pick your mind on, but you know, we're run out of time. So before I let you go, my brother, you know, tell our audience where they can find you, how they can find you. I've put your Telegram, YouTube, and your IG into the comments, guys. So if you just scroll up, you'll see the links, and you know, follow him. This guy's amazing. He's got a great head on his shoulder, and some really amazing information. So give us a quick download on how they can find you, brother.
Well, exactly those two links. Like basically, that's all the platforms that I'm currently on, as well. Like my personal as like on Matrix. So that's YouTube, that is Telegram, and that is indeed Instagram. So if you just search Unmatrix yourself on YouTube, Unmatrix discussions, and Unmatrix on Telegram, and Unmatrix on Instagram, you can easily find it. And through that, you can also find my personal. My personal account on Instagram is private. My personal account on Telegram is just public, so everybody can just join that. And my personal YouTube actually is more watches than anything esoteric, but maybe that will change in the future as well. So just follow me on those 3 platforms and we can connect.
Awesomeness, brother. Thank you very much again, Pam. I appreciate your contribution and an upload into Humanity Unplugged. It's a great humanitarian service you've done by raising awareness on this very important subject that we all should be highlighting and talking about. So, my brother, after this is over, I will be in contact with you, and we'll make some great plans for the future. So, again, my homie, thank you. I totally appreciate you.
Likewise.
Just before you leave, Pim, I just wanted to say that was a fantastic presentation, and your knowledge of that esoteric and the symbolism is it's bar none, man. It's absolutely awesome. So
it's been some years.
I would love to get you on the show too, and really break it down like we did last night with Ole. Get you and Ole in there together and really burn it to the ground. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that would be a sick panel. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, you guys should connect and make that happen.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you both, guys, and enjoy the event. I loved it so far, so perfect.
Right on, brother. Thank you very much. I love you,
Thank
homie.
you, brother.
Lots of respect to you, and let's bring on our Star Sister 23rd year anniversary today. 23 years of being married. What an amazing accomplishment that is. So I'm going to bring our sister on so that we can get a quick what's going on. Rob, you want to add her? Or we just keep
for sure. I need a stretch too. Something serious.
So let's,
hi, everybody.
Bring our sister on, and in 10 minutes, guys, we will be doing a talk, Kathy Mason with Angelia LaRue, the resurgence of the mystery school. So that's going to be another great upload. So here it is, sister. It is all yours.
All right. How's everybody doing? Let's see. Did that work? Is it working? Are you working? Hi, why is nothing functioning? That is so strange. Give me just a second to reload my SoundCloud. Okay, there we go. Sorry, techie issues. They happen. All right, everybody. So let's feel our feet on the floor. Let's feel into our containers, which are hopefully not being poked or prodded in any way, form, function, except good ones from Tom. Let's put our arms out and stretch through our middle fingers. Palms up. Stretch, stretch, screech. And then back out. Okay. Let's put our feet out wide. Let's squat a little bit. Let's get our elbows in there and push out. And feel those adductors. Back and forth a little bit. So you can go down. Turn your shoulders out to the leg that's out in front of you. Put your hands on the floor. Put your hands back in front. Come up. Go back and forth a little bit. And then go down the other side. And turn yourself around this way. Come back to center. Alright. Let's put our hands on the floor. And stretch down as you can. If you can't get all the way down, you can put your hands on your thighs, on your shins. Get a nice stretch down here. You can widen your legs a little bit too. You want to get your elbows on the floor. Just let your heads hang. Keep breathing. Haven't said that yet. Okay. Put your weight back on your hands. Walk your legs back. Come into plank. And come down 5. 4, 3, 2, 1. Push yourself onto your hands and knees. Sound the alarm. Use your rotations, keep breathing, loosen yourselves up. Okay, push up into down dog. Walk your feet. And you guys can twist, pivot. Give yourselves a nice stretch on your side. And walk it out again. Pivot the other way. That's good. Push back up into down dog. Really spread those fingers. Feel like somebody's got a belt and you're pulling your thighs up and out of your hips. You feel the difference. It's subtle, but you can feel the difference. Okay, let's rock back forward into plank and hold that for 1, 2, 3. And push back into down dog. And walk it out. Okay. You guys can go back down into child's pose. Sorry. And take a couple good breaths. Walk those fingers out. Okay, let's all come on to our hips. Something we haven't done yet. Come down this way. Kind of in a fetal position. Up on your shoulder, on your elbow. Either way, either side. You're gonna come into a side plank, but you don't have to do it all crazy. Straighten that bottom leg. Pull your chest up, and you can put your foot here to support yourself. Or you can put your foot down here. Either way, we're going to push up. Put your hips up off the floor, like that version. Or this one. So 10, 9, 8, 7, keep breathing. 6, 5, you want to reach up, you can. 3, 2, 1, and come down. Other side. You guys come down like this. On your elbows. Make sure it's under your shoulder if you can. You can either come up like this, or you can come up like this. Either way, get them hips up. For 10, 9, 8, 7, keep breathing. 5, 4, 3, doing great. 2, 1. All right. Ha 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 ha. Come down onto your backs. Arms to the side. Look up. Take a couple of deep, delicious breaths. Feel where your body's touching the floor. Sky above me, earth below. All right. Let's really quickly grab our left leg and pull it back and down to the side a little bit. Take a nice deep breath. Gently pull your leg over, roll over. You can adjust your hips or your shoulders or back, however you need to. Then put the back arm. You can play around with what angle it's at, whatever feels good. Like I have mine up a little bit. And that's allowing me to get a nice stretch from really literally my hips, my adductors, all the way through to my fingers. Okay, carefully roll back to center and put your left foot on the floor. Pull your right foot back. Take a deep breath. Maybe do a tantric breath. Tilt your head forward, breathe in through your nose. And 2 exhales as you tilt back like this. Just let go of all of the cuckoo. And inhale some love. Tilt your head down. Okay, now we're going to straighten our left leg, or whatever leg you didn't do yet. Don't do yoga in jeans unless they're loose. Pull our right legs back and down. Take a couple deep breaths here. Now carefully take that leg over. Adjust your hips if you need to. And take that back arm. Then kind of play with positions till you find something that feels good. For me, again, on this side, it's going to be diagonal up. I love my breath. So grateful for my breath. Okay, carefully come back to center. Put both feet on the ground. So put arms down to either side of our feet. We're going to do a little bridgey. Feel free to interlace your fingers and get that little extra push off of your shoulders if that's how you like to do it. Everybody's different. But either way, we're going to bring our heels back. And we're going to push up. And really extend through here. And take the deepest breath you've ever taken in your whole life. Ever. And make a sound when you exhale. 2 more times. Scare those neighbors. Do it. One good last one. All right. Now we're going to bring our hips down. And sway or rock. Do we have time for a little more? If so,
We got our next speaker in.
okay, well then let's not. Let's carefully take one more deep breath where you are. Put your bottom hand out. Roll over like a little baby. Put your hands down, or your other hand down, palm down, and push up. Find your meditation poses. Palms down or palms up, deep breath in. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Liane. Love you. See you in a bit.
How do you do that in blue jeans? That's amazing. Thank you,
Right?
Liane.
I was thinking the very same thing.
Wow, because I'm wearing them too, and I was having trouble. But that may be I'm not as flexible as she is for sure. Thank you, Liane. Okay, so I'm very excited to introduce you to a dear friend, Angelia LaRue. Hi, Ange. Oops, she's not ready.
Hello.
Hi. So I'm going to introduce you. I also have a few of your things that I can show if you want.
Nice.
Okay. Okay. So everybody, let me introduce you to Reverend Angelia LaRue, who I call Angie, and I'm going to have trouble calling you anything but Angie.
That's okay. That's why I put it in parentheses.
She's a master Christologist, and she'll explain what that is. Healer, ordained reverend, medical intuitive, medical innovator, psychic, teacher, Reiki master, and manufacturer of orgone energy generators. She's also the bearer of the Antonian stone, a gift from the Palladians. And I was there when she got the stone. In 2018, Angie founded the Inner Passage Mystery School located in Boulder, Colorado, where we both live, and online via Zoom. And due to popular demand from her psychic development students and their desire for community and interactions with others of like-hearted states of being. So welcome to Humanity Unplugged, Ange.
Thank you, Kathy. And hello, everyone out there. It's a joy and an honor to be there with you at this very auspicious time in history.
Yep. So, Ange, I wanted to first give them a little bit of a view of some of your orgone tools. This is my organized tool that I have right by my router that protects me from all EMFs. And then what do we call this one, Ange?
Oh, that's the quartzal. It moves energy in a little bit in a toroid, actually, and it puts out very high frequency. It's based on selenite and Herkimer diamonds. That's a big ol' honka Herkimer diamond right there.
Yeah, and then I have a set of these, and this one is 963 hertz. Earlier during this event, we talked about all of the different frequencies, and we talked a lot about the heart frequency of 528, and we talked about 432 and 440. So to let you know, these are pocket size. They're like half of an egg, and you can fit them in your hand, your bra, your pocket, and carry these high frequency devices with you.
And they tune your body. The energy goes into you intravenously, tune you to that frequency so that you can live and operate from the frequency that you want, no matter what frequencies you're surrounded with.
Right. So, Angie, let's first explain what a Christologist is, if you wouldn't mind.
All right. So a Christologist is a person who understands the crystal and mineral kingdom and the properties of those and how they move energy. And as a Christologist specifically, we work with multiple crystals, creating circuitries that move that the crystals move energy through our system, through our auric field, in different ways, which creates a new energetic pattern inside of us. And they can be used to heal the body or specific organs. They can be used to change mental patterns so that we can move into higher states of forgiveness or self-love, begin to diminish self-doubt or shame or wounding that happened to us, in this world. And they also evolve consciousness. So they increase spiritual states of being. So almost everything that we can imagine in the human experience, there is a configuration, an energy pattern that can be done with crystals to re-imprint the correct pattern onto a pattern which has been
I need to let you know that I'm afraid that people are having trouble with your audio.
Oh, okay.
Could you put a headset on, maybe? And you guys, as she bends that away, you can see right behind her, there is a incredible structure. It is a crystal bed. It's a healing bed that she does crystal arrays on your physical body on it. And it's actually almost like a sentient being. And I don't know if we'll get to show that. But and in behind her, you can see on the left-hand side, that's a huge slab of selenite. The art on the walls are art that she created after she had her awakening. The one in the far left is a metal. It looks like hair. It's absolutely beautiful. The one in the middle is part of her art that's I saw it and saw what I saw when I had my spiritually transformative experience. Only hers are squares, mine was waves. And then you can see, you can see a little bit more stuff, but there's crystals everywhere. And then that bed is, I think you said it was a ton. It took a lot of people to move it into that room. When you open the lid, it actually can be, you can see metal wire actually lighting it up. So sorry about this. I guess the audio wasn't. Okay. Well, again, let's see. Do you find the headset?
I can't find it. I usually have a headset. I do have problems with steam rooms sometime. I'm going to try to project my voice. Is that any better? And it looks like I see I'm lagging, so it's my energy. Let me see if I can ground myself.
Yeah, it's a little, there's like a high pitch behind.
It sounds okay from over here, Kathy.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't seem to be experiencing any issues. I'll watch I'll listen on YouTube and see.
Okay, people were just saying, oh, okay, so somebody's saying my audio is bad. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry, because I was hearing a high pitch, but maybe it's just me.
Wow, okay. You know, we got all these crystals ringing.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. Okay, so Christologists, you had a grand awakening, which shattered everything, your marriage, everything. And you didn't walk in the desert for 40 days, but you could have, right?
I actually did spend 40 days and 40 nights. It was very biblical.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the deserts of Utah alone, yelling at God mostly, and weeping and crying. But eventually higher self came in and began to guide and lead and teach me. And that was when I was first led to crystals, in fact, was in the desert. And it's a very resistive, epic story as my human ego slowly dissolved and spirit slowly came in. So I'm glad nobody witnessed it.
Oh, good. That was before I met you. Well, so people come to you if they come physically, and they can lie on that bed, and they can lie for as little as half an hour and be refreshed and renewed. What is the energy that they get? The reason why I'm setting this up is that it's not, when someone works with you, they're getting the whole shebang.
Yeah. So the energy of just the crystal bed restores our cells. It plumps them back up with energy. And what happens is a lot of our electronics deplete the energy out of our cells. So imagine kind of a balloon which is partially diminished, right? And it's kind of blip, 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 right? You know? And the crystal biobed, the orgone generator crystal biobed, refills the energy in those cells, and they plump back out. And when they're able to plump back out, they actually become more resistive then to EMFs, to disease, to everything. So in other words, it optimizes the cells on a cellular level. Now, when you build a crystal array on top of that, and what you can't see is that bed makes out into 3 times its size to hold these large arrays. Then we are tuning it. So the orgone generator crystal biobed is the energy source. It's the power, right? And then we're directing that power through crystal circuitry to accomplish very specific things. And we are carbon-based, and crystals are carbon-based. And so they look at us or feel us, and they're like, oh, you're a liquid crystal. I know crystals. Oh, that's not aligned right. And they realign it correctly. That's what they do naturally. Quartz crystal naturally aligns energy to its highest potential. And we use it in all of our electronics because of that. You know, we call this the age of technology, but in all of that technology is a crystal chip, because we need it to clean up our broad spectrum, messy battery and electrical energy. And so we have to run it through a crystal. And by doing that, that's how we're able to run that energy into very fine miniaturized electronics without blowing them out. So we're basically using that knowledge now to return the body, the mind, and the spirit to its optimum operating capacity and potential.
So you discovered, well, you were led, and you got the download, and you actually did it to make that bed.
Yeah.
And it also energizes you. It energizes that whole building. It probably energizes that whole block.
Yeah, it's quite powerful.
It's quite amazing. But even what I wanted people to understand is that energy that's generated creates a field that others can benefit from too. When Angie does readings or does classes with you, you can be uplifted tremendously by the experience.
Yeah. The students in the Inner Passage Mystery School describe it as almost going to temple, right? Like they feel that energy actually at the bottom of the stairs, and it's kind of a game they play where they measure it, right? And it's like, I felt it on the second step. I felt it as I came in the door. I didn't feel it until halfway up. What's happening up here? You know, and they report in every class where that wall is, because there's a wall of energy you directly pass into. So
that's so cool. So you have, as you were a student going through and downloading all this information, you've created ways to help others understand their superpowers. And do you want to talk a little bit about that? I know several people that are totally transformed from working with you. Do you want to talk about that a little?
There's a lot of context I could put this in, and I'm not sure exactly where to head with this, but I think one of the things that inspires people the most is to learn how to do healing or develop psychic abilities to make their life easier, to come back into flow and be able to manifest. And these are things that are all part and parcel of the mystery school tradition. But in order to achieve them, we have to clean up a lot of the trauma, a lot of the beliefs and misbeliefs that we had. We're kind of, society and culture fills us with a lot of junk, and it keeps us in high states of distraction and basically running around filling our basic needs and collecting collections of shiny objects. And so we need to clear a lot of that out to make space for further light and knowledge and transformation to happen. And it is based on high frequencies. And so if we have a dim sludge around us, that light can't penetrate. And if it can, it doesn't really have anywhere to go. But if we can start cleaning that out, cleaning our field, our auric field, our biomorphic field, and eventually in the mystery school training, we start going into ancestral language, past lives, soul families. We're just cleaning and cleaning and cleaning, because the larger our auric field becomes, the more we can hold light. And the more that we can hold light, the more our life transforms and the lives of those around us transforms. And the lighter we become and the more consciously aware we become, okay, and that is of the multiverse of the many realms that exist in the same places. That's not just the materium. The materium is the physical world of material objects, right? The materium. But there's a lot of unseen things that we don't have the physical eyes, touch, hearing, basic senses to perceive, and we have to use our psychic abilities to perceive. And when that begins to happen, divine intelligence becomes attracted to us and aware of us. Our higher self begins to embody and indwell, and the divine connects in and begins to live with and through us. And this is not unknown. This has happened throughout humanity to a small percentage, and in sometimes a much larger percentage of humanity. And let's see. Learning that silence of mind is where it all begins. That's when we begin to allow space around us for that infusion. And that's where we begin in the mystery school, is we begin turning kind of our earth house, our body, cleaning it up to become a divine temple, and then begin the exploration of the inner realms. The inner realms are a dive into the heart. And much like a toroid, we dive into the heart and out into the multiverse of understanding. And that comes back as knowledge of how to navigate in the materium with spirit-inspired and spirit communication of how to do that best. So in a world of hacking and always finding the easy way, the easiest way to live as a human is with the guidance of spirit, spirit-inspired, spirit-infused. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it was fantastic. So, Ange, I also want to let people know about your psychic abilities, because for you to be their guide and their support, I want them to know your capacity to see. And I also want them to know that anything you do with Angie is like a love bath. You feel bathed in love and caressed like you just don't get anywhere else. So could you give us, I don't know if you want to talk about the experiment, or if you want to talk a little bit about that the scientific proof of your work. But
Oh, right.
is that okay?
Yeah, sure, we can do that. So one of the things you learn in the mystery school is that consciousness is non-local. Okay. Now, the body is local. The mind is local. I mean, it's here at this place. Okay. Consciousness itself is not. It comes and goes from the body physical as needed. And you can learn how to direct that. You can bilocate, in fact. Before I go into the work I did with Colorado University, I want to tell a quick little story about my financial advisor. So we had some things that we wanted to look at, and she was doing some research for me. And she got an email saying, that I was going to be on a talk or something. And she decided, well, I'll just listen to that while I do this research. And because I don't really understand what Angie does, and I'm curious, and I want to be connected to her energy as I do this research. And so a little bit into the talk, she had to look away from her computer and just go, oh, I need to focus. I need to focus on her voice. And she did. And as she did so, she said to me, she goes, I don't know how you did this, and I don't come from a world or an understanding where this is possible. But I'm here to tell you, you suddenly were in the room with me, and you took your hand, and you closed my eyes, and then you held my head and my face in different positions, and you made my migraine go away. And then you took one hand, you placed it on my shoulder, and it's the same shoulder where I had that hip surgery, which was hurting really bad. And when you did that, all the pain went away. She goes, I don't know how you did that, but you were really here. Now that's called bilocation. We can do that because consciousness is non-local. Another little story that she told me the other day when we talked is she said, you're not like anybody I've ever known, but I'm curious. And I've been paying attention and I've been taking notes for the last 5 years I've known you. And I want to say that everything that you've said about what was going to happen in the marketplace is 95% correct. So that's somebody who is not of the same understanding that I am. They are a rather, or they live in, I don't even know how I want to say this, but with the same understanding that 90% of humanity has. And then they have this extraordinary experience, which will shift her paradigm, right? So going back to the university experiment, that began with a random number generator and an open call. And the idea was to shift the numbers that the random number generator put out, either up towards nines or downs toward ones, and you got to choose which way it was. And the random number generator is just going to kind of put out, whatever the medium is, 4, 5s, and 6s. And so you have to influence it up or down. And a number of people told me about it, and they were like, oh, you should do this, Angie. It's so easy for you. And I was like, oh, yeah. And then it came across often enough that I was like, oh, you know what? I've got some time in my schedule. I'm going to go just see what that's about. I'm going to go play with it. It is actually very easy for me to do. And so I went, they showed me what to do. I did it. I influenced it. There was 10 experiments doing it the way they wanted me to do it. The last 10 experiments, I got to do it the way I wanted to do it. And so I actually really got to experiment now at my level of understanding. And I rocked that. It was really awesome. And it was so exciting, in fact, that they decided to design a whole nother set of experiments based on my abilities and what they'd seen. And that set was to jump to the future, read some numbers, bring those numbers back to the university. And basically, I was looking at lottery numbers, which is a messy soup of energies. And there's a lot involved in what that's all about. But I worked for about 3 months doing that for the Colorado University, and we had fascinating results. We won the Powerball a few times. Not the big lottery, but we did win the Powerball, I think, 3 times. So yeah, that was very fun and it was a great workshop for me to at a deeper level to get to put into practice what I already knew. And I learned some fascinating things, like quantum computers cause little tears in the space-time fabric. Definitely. We actually had to move where we were doing the experiment out because they had a broken quantum computer. It wasn't even plugged in. It was in pieces, and it caused little rips and tears in the quantum fabric. And I kept getting pulled into them when I'm trying to read the numbers to report back. So it was a fabulous learning experience for all of us. Oh, I can't hear you, Miss Kathy. You're muted.
Thank you. You almost mentioned something about time during that experiment. Do you want to share anything about it that you could go and look at the numbers, but you weren't sure exactly where you were jumping?
Right. We ended up having to set up a kind of like a target, like a lamppost, so that I could report that back to know if I was in the right timeline. because for the first month or two, I was getting correct lottery numbers, but from like 3 months in the past. And so there was a narrowing down process as, consciousness learned to navigate the time-space continuum under a human understanding based on the Gregorian calendar in a 24-hour day. So,
well, the reason why I wanted to shed light on your talents there was that I want people to know working with you is an adventure and an experience. You got very high marks on that research project with the University of Colorado in Boulder.
well, in fact, the adjunct professor who was writing the experiments, he, after working with me, has now begun his own evolution of consciousness. It started awakening him 3 months with me. So,
Really?
yeah, isn't that precious? Yeah.
Yes, that's so cool. Well, the ripple effect, it's contagious, I guess, huh? Yes. So okay. So you have this incredible relationship with crystals. You have this incredible skill at seeing the bigger picture, and even if you don't see it, you have the ways to see it.
Multiple tools to get there.
Yes, and you have tools that are right on. That's what I want to make sure people understand. And then you got the Antonian stone,
Right.
and you received it in my office. I almost got hit by it. I was sitting right there, and he threw it at you. But I could see it, and it looked like an egg. So do you want to talk a little bit about what the Antonian stone is? Because you guys, I want you to understand Angie is capable of holding these frequencies of light and use them for healing for the betterment of all. And so this gift was given to her because of her light.
So the Antonian stone is a 12th dimensional device, and I've actually taken it to other psychics and just said to them, what's in my hand? And they've described it. So huge validation of both their abilities as being a psychic and of what it is. And it looks something like this. It's about this size,
Yep.
about this shape.
Yep.
And I see it as being red with yellow dots on it. And the yellow dots put out energy which turn blue and turn into a holographic image. And it's blank until I take somebody's blueprint. So if you hold your hand up near mine, I can get an energy blueprint, and that prints out on the holographic screen. And I can zoom in, I can zoom out, I can turn it around and move it, look at it from different sides. I can see where issues are, where the DNA needs repaired, or, a hip, or whatever it is. Repair that, essentially on the third level, but it's happening on a holographic screen that I see, and send that back to you. And it allows that to repair itself. It remembers what the imprint is for correct alignment and potential. And so it's a very amazing healing device. So that's the Antonian stone. And then sometime later, a year later, they gave me another one that's embedded. Oh, I forgot. They gave me a couple more little stones. I would call them like upgrades or download packages or apps. Apps they've added to that as well. And then they gave me another stone right here, which allows me to beam codons, which are energetic prints. We can just call them light codes. Light codes is a good word for it. Directly to people. And there's a large series of mathematical formulas which create these light codes, these energetic patterns, and they're very, very specific. And then, I don't know if you know about this one, Kathy, but on a camp trip, was it last year? I think it was no, it was the year before. I'm not sure anymore. Time and space, whatever. Another group put an implant in right here.
Oh.
And I knew I had a big bruise there. So this is a physical implant. But I just couldn't figure out what had happened with it, and whatever, it would go away in time. And in a session with the Palladians, they were like, "Who did that to you?" And I'm like, "What?" They're like, "Who did that to your arm? Who put that in you?" And I was like, "This bruise?" And they're like, "Yes, that's an implant. Who did that, and what does it do?" And I was like, "I don't really know." And they're like, "Well, it's causing subcutaneous bleeding. You have about 3 days to get it out. We can remove it for you if you want." And I was like, "Let me find out what it is and who did it first before we go pulling it out." And so I did some investigation, and I ran some verification through some other people that I trust, their psychic abilities as well. And we kind of all came from up with the same thing. It was from a group, from a planet in the Orion Belt. I forget now. I almost have to look it up. But what it does is it creates a beam that can be as narrow as a knuckle or as wide as my fist, that I can use to scan people, and it removes blocks to healing. So it's like a light scanner that just kind of removes all the blocks that would stand in the way of somebody healing. So it's from a different group of our star brothers and sisters, but it actually works in conjunction with the Antonian stone. So that was really nice. So I chose to keep it, actually. And later, yet another group came in and added, and I learned this like on a radio show. I was on another show when this happened. But another group came in and they put like little beacons, a few of them in my body and some of them out in my field, and then some of them at higher levels in my auric field as well, which basically say no more implants into this one. And if you do, they have to match this frequency. And it's like a 9th dimensional frequency. And so apparently I'm now walking around with, alarms from yet another race of star brothers and sisters saying no more implants in this one.
Wow. So the codiums that you also get to use with the Antonian stone, how do they work in conjunction with it?
The codiums don't work specifically with the Antonian stone.
Okay.
They work with the beamer, which is right here. And you load them into the beamer, and then you can send the energy directly to someone. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's nice. And they gave me another way to do it too, where we build an 8-ball. It's a pleb of energy. Pleb is a Palladian word, okay, but it's this like little ball of light that you load the codes into, and then you can deliver it to a whole group of people at once. And I've done many people at once, potentially thousands of people at once. And that's very, very useful. That's probably what I use the most, actually, of the gifts from the Palladians. I probably use wide distribution of codiums the most.
That's exciting. So I would love to, so now that you all have an idea of all the gifts that Reverend Angie has, you can see that this is somebody who could guide you to learn about your metaphysical self and use everything, the gifts that you have been given here on earth right now in this change. There's no coincidence that you're here now. There's no reason to not wake up. So do we want to talk a little bit? I can put the picture up for your mystery school if you'd like. Would you like to go to that conversation real quick?
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's talk about the resurgence of the mystery school. So mystery schools are ancient traditions, and they go back to the dawn of mankind. We can trace them back to the Lemurian Empire and forward into Atlantean times, into the modern era. In Lemurian times, all the people lived in balance with the mystery, coexisting with nature, nature spirits, and the divine and the great knowing. Lemuria was a matriarchy. In Lemuria, we lived the mystery. We were born into it. It was the way. There was no separation from it. We were it. We could describe it almost as a Garden of Eden, where God walked with man. After about 250,000 years, Lemuria became so large that many different ideologies had developed. And in one area particularly, a whole new culture developed with slower vibrations, as opposed to the rather etheric Lemurians, which were living simply in the flow. In this culture, thought patterns sprung up that were based on material understandings and inventions only, with very little spiritual inquiry, but with a deep fascination for the physical world, scientific inquiry, and material development. With the rise of Atlantis and its great material dominance, patriarchal ways, and left-brain intellect, it brought war to Earth's humanity, as the left-brained Atlanteans sought to destroy the right-brained Lemurians. The war between the matriarchy and the patriarchy waged on, and in its wake, only Atlanteans survived. The matriarchy and 250,000 years of spirit-inspired civilization had fallen. The Atlanteans, in their 80,000-year reign, grew drunk on their power and their discoveries, their human intellect, inventions, materials, chemical manipulations of Earth's material. They had forsaken the natural affinity and knowledge of Earth, of the other realms, and lived only in the physical world, and their dominance and understanding of it was paramount to their civilization and their culture. They also lost their connection to the vast collective consciousness of the galaxy, which the Lemurians had lived in as one for so very long, and from where much of my knowledge came from of crystals and many other things. This is connecting to consciousness far beyond just the planetary consciousness. In the Atlantean epoch, few retained moral direction and certitude, as their experiments and explorations took completely over their mind, and the mind took over their bodies and their experiences here, and they subjugated the natural spirits of the world to their domination. In roughly 8,000 years, the Atlantean Empire fell to her own lusty material splendors and the sorcery developments that she had created through her inventions of power. Precious few pockets of Atlanteans retained with morals and ethics and with connection to the divine, but those few did preserve and carry the mystery traditions through Lemuria, through Atlantean culture, and into the modern epoch. The fall of Atlantis marks the third or fourth or maybe even the fifth epoch of humanity. It depends how far back you go and who's counting. That's where you're going to come up with that. So the mystery school tradition and right brain balance and spirituality have survived into this epoch. And we stand now at the threshold of a new experiment of humanity. Some of us are desiring to carry our most ancient and sacred collected knowledge forward into this new age of Aquarius. Traditionally, the mystery schools have been reclusive and generally hidden. They were only for the called and those who were specifically invited. Throughout the ages, the mystery schools have hidden in plain sight. The initiates of those schools are known as the elect, the guardians, the protectors, the light bearers, the teachers, the mystics, the sages, the healers, record keepers, magicians, and the watchers. There's been many names and many religions and many cultures for them, but they have always been present, an extreme minority in humanity, but have carried the flame from the dawn of man forward. The ancient decree of the mystery school has always been know thyself, and that's carved above the entry to one of the most known mystery schools of the modern epoch, which was the temples at Delphi and the oracles there, and that know thyself has always been there to remind the initiates what they're there for, to answer the great questions of who am I, what am I, where do I come from, where am I going, and what is my purpose? The teachings of the mystery schools are referred to as wisdom, enlightenment, and the esoteric teachings have been shared throughout all the ages of humanity. Carefully crafted, the teachings were taught externally to the masses in parable form, and esoterically to those ready to look deeper inside the soul. The lessons are first taught to the mind, then experienced through the heart, and eventually they become a part of the soul's blueprint, carried from life to life and added upon eternally. The mystery school presents the core concepts of universal wisdom. The teacher helps the seeker to remember who they are and find whatever is already inside of them. The essence of the mystery school is the inner temple, created within the heart, the mind, and the soul, which then connects to the higher self on the spiritual planes. Mystery school trainings help purify the ego so that one can manifest their desires and needs from a place of pure spirit, acting from love, and a place in which fear holds no ground. Students in the mystery school increasingly become sovereign and stop turning to the materium for wisdom and guidance to live in the materium. Instead, they turn to higher self and divinity to sort out the next step, the next phases, and their own soul purpose in the materium. As the student begins the process of knowing, or gnosis, this is called, an awakening, each step leads further inward, gaining momentum along the way, leading to the rebirth of the soul. This alters a person on all levels. It's like a caterpillar becoming a chrysalis, becoming a butterfly. Once the steps are taken, they can't be reversed. You can't go back to being the old way you were, thinking and relating to the world the way you used to. You are in a new state of consciousness. So the teacher holds the information in their field of what it is to be an awakened human being. This amplifies and speeds up the student's discovery of their own inner knowledge and the collected wisdom of the soul. The teacher gives the scaffolding of the mental constructs and ways to practice, which open the passage to the inner realms and the inner knowledge which is there. Most of the early path, though, is removing traumas, woundings, beliefs that hold one's progress forward to a very sluggish pace. That develops into removing traumas from family lineage, as I said early, past lives, soul family, so that the energy body can be able to receive those light frequencies. Those frequencies from the divine and of light penetrate and shift a person towards forgiveness, love, and compassion for self and other. And the higher consciousness is activated and draws near, and the universal energy becomes aware of our presence and begins engaging with us. This is where the crown chakra opens. This leads to direct connection with the divine and a close, beautiful relationship with our higher self. During this awakening, a series of alchemical changes occur both in the physical body and the auric body to receive energetic transformation and informational downloads. Energy is now directed in and around the student, and now their clean and expanded auric field enhances the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual bodies. Before this infusion, the heart, the body, and the mind have only been perceived and able to hold a small amount of energy, limiting their experience in the human realm, with energy going towards basic survival, family relationships, outside relationships, with precious little left over for creating and exploring in inquiry. The new connection and energy flow expands the aura so that it can receive and store more light, working as both a container for high-frequency energy and the energy source of it. This is why people have so many experiences when they are inside of my field. It shifts and alters and gives them new blueprints and ways of being. It also acts as an antenna, bringing in unseen information in many forms, such as intuition, foreknowledge, ability to discuss situations and choices with the higher self, Healing oneself, healing others, direct communication with beings of higher frequencies, extraterrestrials, light beings, remote viewing, clairvoyancy, telepathy, psychometry, empathic skills, out-of-body travel, bilocation, many psychic abilities, just to name a few. This becomes a profound awakening for the student that is timeless and as relevant today as it was in the ancient times of Lemuria. The awakening can be slow and gradual, with little disturbance to one's sense of reality, just a gentle morphing from one state of knowledge to the next. Or it can be sudden and rather profound. Until recently, mystery schools have been hidden in secretive institutions. The teachings of the mystery schools were maintained by oral traditions and sometimes called the schools of life. These teachings are rooted in shamanic and mystic ways of wisdom. One of the more ancient schools in this epoch, there's been many, is the Essene traditions, as rediscovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Later iterations of this became the Christian mystics, but all traditions in all countries have had a core of mystics, not seen by those not ready to see, not heard by those without ears to hear. Early nomadic tribes the world over were far more in tune with nature and the energies of the universe. They had a sense of connection with it all, and they lived the cycles of life. These tribes were generally matriarchal and understood the balance of life that they were participating in. With the dawn of agriculture and civilization in this epoch, humanity shifted towards a path of control over nature and personal consolidation of wealth and power, controlling one another through laws and social mores, and creating haves and have-nots, much as the Atlanteans had done. This shift has brought with it a desire of those empowered to diminish the old ways, whose ideas and ways were community-based and self-organizing collectives, and are resistant to being dominated over, for they turn to spirit alone. This caused huge migrations of people as they fled to lands where they could still continue to live with nature and the divine as one. Many, though, were forced into submission and enrolled in a system that disconnected them from nature and the universal flow, focusing them to fill roles that built machines of wealth and industry that befitted only the few, while turning the rest into hourly wage slaves who sold the prime hours of their lives in exchange for the currency of the day. A story we know well, right? Those who practiced these mystical traditions were persecuted, tortured, and even killed to prevent the world from knowing their true origins and abilities. For people empowered by the divine cannot be easily subjugated to the harness of the ruling elite. This happened again and again in history. The more recent historical events we know as the genocide of the Cathars, the Inquisition, the Salem witch trials. This aggressive destruction of the ancient ways and those who practiced them peaked during the Middle Ages. But today there are many forces on the planet who would eliminate all traces of this knowledge from the earth if they could, and yet others who would twist it and twist the knowledge to their own dark purposes, and they do that. Had the mystery schools been entirely destroyed, though, I believe they would have resurrected again and researched yet again, as this knowledge lies in our very DNA, waiting only for the silence of the mind for it to bubble up again. As human beings, it is our inherent knowledge, and we can return to this anytime. We are truly so much more than this body and this mind, this personality, and this collection of anecdotes and stories which comprise our memory. When our spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy rotated, getting closer to the energies of the galactic core starting around 100 years ago, new energies began to be experienced by mankind. How are we doing on time? You doing okay? All right. The mystery schools began to open up more to meet the need as people began to feel more, experience more, and desire more. Due to the massive shifts in energies occurring on our planet over these last 100 years, with waves of energy from the galactic core coming in, hitting our sun and our planetary system, which have also responded to those waves, we've had several significant spikes of higher vibration energies. One spike was December 21, 2012, and another one happened again December 21, 2021. We are now in the time of the quickening. Many people have begun to crave more than the instant gratification set before us as a distraction, which keeps us from discovering who we really are. Take a drink. Certain lockdowns and the last recent years have awakened the next wave after the 1221ers, and even more people now are seeking to understand their soul purpose, seeking higher meaning and quality of life. They find modern life with its fast pace and thousands of streaming entertainment channels, 9-to-5 drudgery, instant gratification, collection of shiny objects, fast food, and precious little time and space for silence, to be soul-sucking. They now seek the ancient knowledge which leads to freedom, liberation of the soul, and lightness of heart, and good health. On March 25th of this year, in just a few weeks, the Kali Yuga ends and we move firmly into the age of Aquarius. By April 20th, new energies are reaching us which will cause a further evolution and a new understanding of what to be a spirit-inspired human is. Downloads are going to be happening nightly in our sleep, assisting with this transition, as all species in the multiverse will be updated and upgraded throughout the month of April. And this happens every 12,500 years. Then, although we've been in transition for a few years now, this is a quickening with each passing month. The Pleiadians call this time the rising. By May 21st, the new conception of how central intelligence, God mind, will be integrated into humanity and all species will become more apparent. In former upgrades, plants and trees began to express themselves in new ways by creating flowers. Previously, there had been no flowering plants or trees in the fossil record. That happened very spontaneously about 12,500 years ago. It's going to take humanity some time to sort out how all this is going to land and what the new language of consciousness is going to be and what mankind's new way of being will be in the world. These evolutionary energies coming in from the cosmic center point have already had a profound effect upon humanity. And just in the past 2 years, humanity has diverted into two separate paths of possibility, two separate different evolutionary paths. For the first time in history, interestingly enough, part of humanity has forked off and chosen a second path of potential evolution. Many members of the human race have chosen a new experiment in evolution via gene-altering medical technology. This group will explore the transhuman path and have their own experience with how that evolves or devolves. Perhaps the marriage between mankind and technology will lead to incredible leaps of technological evolution of basic needs, giving humanity more free time to grow and expand and explore. And it may devolve into what could be called the techno-feudalism landscape. We just don't know from here what that's going to look like. On the other side of the Aquarius potential, it's all about self-organizing collectives, connected social networks to sustain life and meet the basic needs of people, while living with respect for nature in an age of integrity and truthfulness, with sovereignty and dignity. The unaltered part of humanity will be moving into the higher frequencies of the Aquarian age and developing new ways of being. The hallmarks of that are going to be love, unity, commonhood, integrity, self-realization, and self-actuation. This fork of humanity in many ways is going to return the sacred relationship with all life. How are we doing, Kathy?
Well, we're done. I'm afraid I tried to. I don't know if you could hear me.
No, I couldn't. So I'll just.
Okay. Yeah, I kept Yeah, so I just came on. But I do want, there are comments and questions. Stone Hobbit, nurturing self-development through the recognition of the symbiosis relationship with the organic and consciousnesses. That's perfect. And here we go. Anders, lots of mystery school knowledge is starting to surface. That could be a significant indication of some huge shift coming on. And Mick asked A. Omar, which I guess I'm Omar surrogate here. Could you ask Angie what the best crystal for healing nerves is?
I think there's one better, but I'm going to recommend red calcite.
Oh.
It heals tendons, ligaments, and bone. And I think it's going to work with nerves as well. So this is red calcite.
And there's red calcite in the bed as well, right?
Right, absolutely.
Right. Okay, so Ange, you've offered a beautiful free gift on your website. I put it in the chat. Are there other ways that people should get a hold of you to be able to work with you?
Really the best way to contact me is through the website, which is www.crystalarays, ARRAYS, or by email, which is crystalarays@gmail.com.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I want to encourage everyone to go to Angie's site and see all of the beautiful gifts that she has and consider how it could help you through all these changing times to empower
times. We are in exciting, thrilling times, actually.
Yes.
It's a roller coaster ride.
That's perfect. Here we go. And one more question. Angie, are there any connections between the mystery schools and Plato's investigations in metaphysics?
You bet. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Ange. I can't wait to see you again soon. And thank you so much. You're such a gift to all of us. Thank you, dear.
Thank you all. It's been such an honor and a pleasure to spend this time with you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Whoop. I was trying to...
We're doing it at the same time, Cassie.
I
It's
know,
all right. It's back and forth, back and forth.
That's okay. It's like ping pong. Ding.
That's
Okay.
that was
Well, thank you, guys.
incredible information. Thank you,
she's-
Cassie.
She's a
amazing.
gift. Yeah. Talk to you later.
See you soon.
See you later. Oh, yeah. Soon and tomorrow, too. Bye.
Yeah. See ya. All right. Next up is one of my good friends, Eric, deciphering my experience. Eric J. Hecker, currently residing in Alaska. Eric is a self-educated research investigator that takes from many odd life experiences and connect with others. Eric was raised on Long Island, the home of now famous Montauk Project. His childhood included being part of the Stargate Project, run by the CIA and DIA. Later on, he had an experience in the submarine service. Following that, he became a plumber for some of the wealthiest people in the world back on Long Island. In 2010, Eric took a contract work at the South Pole Station for a year. Always an avid researcher, it was not until Eric began working remotely throughout the state of Alaska that he started making connections that his own life may not have been what he thought it was. Without further ado, let's bring in Eric J. Hecker. Eric, brother, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Rob. How you doing today?
Absolutely amazing, bro. Long time no see.
Yeah, it's
but
been
I'm
quite some
excited that
time.
you're here. It has,
I'm
dude.
very happy. I think last time I was on, I don't think I even got to chat with you last time I was on with you guys.
I think
it
I was
with
out
Greg.
that day. Yes, I was out that day because there was always stuff going on when we do these little events and all back end stuff to do.
I feel for you guys. I can't believe how much goes into these events just from like what I know, and I just talk to one person. So when you guys are doing, we have to dial this on, and this is, exponential beyond exponential labor. So thank you for everything you're doing for the movement,
bro. Thank you.
Totally
bro.
understood.
Thank you what you're doing, bro. Your website is amazing.
Thank you so much.
classified documents to videos. I mean, you've archived everything. Not only that, you have a lot of cool stuff on there, like CBD stuff. I mean, it's everything. You can find it's a one-stop shop over there, bro. So, I'm going to alleviate myself from the screen. I'm going to be here. So when you need me to jump in, call me up, brother. I'm right here.
Oh well, no worries. Don't go far because, like I mentioned to you, I got short legs today. It's been a very long week for me. I had a new gig, so I'll do the best that I can. It's going to be hopefully a dialogue, Rob.
Let's do it.
But,
all right. You want me to stay on the screen with you?
Yeah, you might as well. Let's just hammer this out because there's some topics that I want to throw out there. But a lot of the stuff that I do, it really has a need for me to understand the feedback from the people that I'm putting this information out to, because that's one of the things that I'm really learning is challenging, as I'm sure that you're learning as well. It's one thing to present this information. It's another thing to have this information absorbed, right?
Absolutely. You could say it all day long, but there's certain thresholds at which people retain that information. So
right.
I absolutely understand that. So go ahead, man. I'm here.
Cool. Yeah. So this is like, I want to try to get this all dialed in, hopefully in some sort of exchange, because I need to learn more. I need to learn how to get my information out better. And I think this is the perfect dynamic because you are also presenting.
Well,
so as an example, I was recently on a television series called The Alaska Triangle. I was in season 2, episode 9. So these are facts of the matter.
Congrats, bro.
Thank you very much. But this is bittersweet victory, so to say.
Okay.
Because it turns out I learned firsthand through my experiences that I decipher that they wholly edited out the truth.
Oh, they probably butchered it to no end.
To the point of deception. So the whole pretense of the show was that I was asked by the producers to go out to an area of Alaska called Ketchikan, Alaska. Mm-hmm. And that they wanted me to, because of my experiences in the submarine service and other things in my past, they wanted to know if I would be able to help them find what were reports of unidentified submerged objects and or secret submerged facilities. I told them, absolutely, I'm all in on that. I'm game. Let's do it. So
sounds amazing.
Yeah, I was like, this is a
chance
chance of a lifetime.
And there's a production team paying for the whole entire endeavor, so it's go time.
Absolutely. Yep. How could I turn this down, right? So I jump on this, and I go out there. We film everything. It's fantastic. We get out on a boat. I'm there with the camera crew, the captain of the boat. We have the hydrophone to go into the water. And, some spots here I don't hear anything. Some spots here I don't hear anything. But bam, next thing you know, we get a solid hit for which I'm reporting everything that I know. I'm like, boom, we're on something. We're recording the sound. I got the captain of the boat with the headphones. He's listening to what's going on. I got the camera. I'm making sure that everything's getting caught and going on camera. Not one bit of that went to air.
Tell the people what the hydrophone is.
The hydrophone is an acoustic device that is connected to the recording device that we had, and we dropped it down into the water. We killed all the electronics, everything on the boat. We could tell the difference from when it was on or off. I mean, this is the whole point of the show, was to go out there, and they wanted me to find stuff. And
it's
it turns out,
sonar almost. It's sort
absolutely.
Of like a sonar.
It is a sonar, correct. It's a passive listening device for underwater. It's just like a microphone in the air, but for underwater. That simple. And we found stuff when we were out there. The producers of the show then edited out all of the information of me finding anything. They exclusively presented the audio from the points where I said I'm not getting anything.
So it made it look like you went out there and literally did not accomplish what you accomplished, and you actually got zero evidence as opposed to actual
They gave me zero credit for finding the sound. What they did do is take the sound that I claimed didn't have anything in it anyway. They took that sound, brought it to an audio engineer professional to have it investigated, and then when he started washing it out, they made up a show around what he did.
Wow. So explain what you heard and how it's significant.
You got it. It's significant because it's a sound that everybody's actually heard before. It's going to be familiar, which is very interesting. So when you're getting into underwater acoustics and things like that, I mean, there's all kinds of natural, organic sounds and things, But the distinction for things that you're looking for underwater is stuff that's unnatural. Certainly, anything that is repetitive, mechanical, or extremely frequent. And the sound that I heard, clean as day, got a clear recording of it and had witnesses hear it. It just went like this.
That's indicative of some sort of exhaust, probably.
Something mechanical.
Propeller.
I would say rotating would be my first thought.
Yeah.
Some reciprocating something. Either way, it's too repetitive, it's too loud, it's too crystal clear, and it was too close to facilities that they already know are in proximity.
Wow, that's wild. That's wild. So what happens with this evidence now? Now that they're not putting this evidence on, do they let you keep some of this?
Well, define keep. Like, I don't have any of it. It was their production.
Right. So I'm saying they have it trademarked. It's all to them. You can't even get access to it now if you wanted to.
I don't even have access. Right. I was just in front of the camera. I didn't get to touch anything.
Wow. That's crazy. That is so crazy. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it seem like by only their design or only their extra work, they've come up with something that's so remarkable that it actually happened during a previous. It's like it's misinformation on a sense of not being genuine with the process. They're taking it an extra step to say, hey, look, we had to take it to this guy and clean it up, because if they didn't do that, they would show you that it's so close to being, I don't want to say being discovered, but it's so prominent in that area that anybody can find it.
I would say it's full-blown disinformation.
Right. Absolutely.
It's full-blown disinformation because they had the truth and then they twisted it away from everyone. They made it harder for everybody. They made everybody think that it was harder to find this stuff than it truly is.
Right. And that's what I'm getting at, because now the people like me and you who don't have a production budget will try and go out there and figure out how that evidence came to be, or at least try and replicate what you did to get that evidence. Now, if we think that we have to go to some other guy now to clean all of it up with expertise and pay all this money, we're a lot less likely to go out there and try that. So is that the reasoning why they're doing it, or are they doing it because they're nefarious? There are other nefarious reasons.
I can only put all of these things on the table and just see which way the cards fall, because when people are being dishonest, it's hard to know their motives. There's a lot of factions. There's a lot of factions throwing a lot of options on the table. All I know is that I know I had a truth, and I know they kept it from everyone else. And I mean, this is why you do what you do. This is why I do what I do. Is that this is my experience that I have to let people know. This is the third time that a camera crew has followed me around, and it's the second time that it's gone to air, and it's the first time they really acted like they weren't going to edit the snots out of everything.
Was there ever a moment that you caught anything while collecting this evidence or with this camera crew that you saw that was kind of a miss, or like a hit and miss? You know what I mean? Like anything else you saw that was kind of suspicious?
Yeah, actually, just as out of the ordinary, we were out in these islands off of Ketchikan, Alaska. So it's remote.
Right.
And everything was desolate from construction for the most part. There's, some teeny little shacks on the edge of the water here and there that people probably use for, subsistence hunting and stuff like that. But then out in the middle of all of this vast, nothing, gorgeous land and water was like this huge, almost like Las Vegas looking casino just sitting on an island. And I said to the captain, I said, what the heck is that massive, hotel looking thing over there? And he said it was a casino on native lands, that it's a really high-end, super fancy, luxurious, hardly anybody knows about a casino.
Oh, wow. That's going to be nice. I would check that place out, too, because I bet you there's something else there.
Yeah.
Or some kind of cover that only specific planes are coming in here because private jets end up being here. But that's just speculation on my part.
Yeah. Yes.
So now we know the landmarks, but with the actual crew itself, while speaking to them and interacting with them? Did anything pop up to you as kind of funny or out of place? Maybe misconceptions while they were trying to film something? I mean, we see these people who come out here and do these shows, and a lot of the time their agenda is to put people off from the truth.
I would be completely honest. The gentleman that I was working with on scene seemed extremely legitimate and professional. They were gathering info, and I think did an excellent job of gathering all of it. I think the problem was when it got delivered to where it got delivered to is that the power of the edit is one of the things that society really needs to understand. So like this today, what I'm discussing is a perfect example. I found a truth, and they whittled it down. The power of the edit made it not a story. And there's so much truth that's being put in front of people, but it gets whittled down to the point that it's not what the truth was in any way, shape, or form, and people are not seeing that nowadays. There's a real big lack of discernment going on.
Omar's asking from the back, didn't you also see something similar happen in Antarctica? Maybe with the submersibles or the underground bases?
Well, I have confirmations. I have confirmations through John Warner IV, from his father, John Warner III, who was previously the Secretary of the Navy. And he has confirmed that Operation Deep Freeze was also covering for secret submarine bases underneath the ice, and that those operations were specific towards space operations. So that's from former Secretary of the Navy, and yes, John Warner IV reached out to me so that we can make these connections, because there's a lot of truth to what's going on, to what I'm saying about what's going on in Antarctica, and this is what I was saying to you before, is I'm trying to figure out how to get people to absorb my information better, because I don't know what to do with the fact that I've done these things, I've seen these things, I'm, like you said on the website, I have truth, I have documents, and I'm trying to put it in front of people's faces, and hopefully not have to be in the disclosure movement forever, but I'm going to be in this, because people need to know the truth. The more and more the shenanigans are going on this planet, it's really getting disgusting.
It's wild.
The amount of apathy that I'm seeing on people's faces is just enraging me to, like, it's fueling my fire to be like, you guys got to be kidding me. They
don't even want to see it now a lot of the time. And here's the thing is that this is another question I want to ask you about this specific situation. If this was to be proven in the way that you presented it or the way that you investigated it, what impact would that have either regionally, for the state, or globally? What do you think would come if this was told the right way?
Oh, I think it would leave every single person watching the show, if it was told the right way, if they just simply presented the truth as the storyline played out. We sent Eric J. Hecker out here to locate a sound and see what we can find, anomalous events. Well, then what do they do when the question gets answered? Eric J. Hecker found a sound under the water right where everybody was predicting there was going to be a sound, and we sent him out to find it. He found it. So then the question now falls on the feet of the viewers. What do they do with the fact that we can so easily go to any music store, pick up a Zoom recorder, take out the cartridge that it comes with, order the hydrophone attachment, and go dip it in the water and start listening.
Or a GoPro, and get a camera down there as well. It would require
but maybe I can only speak for the equipment that I had my hands on. That stuff apparently worked.
That's so wild, dude. I mean, to me, that's huge. That's huge.
I think it's massive too, Rob. This is, they're withholding the information. So to me, it takes all of these shows and it puts them all in question. I mean, not for nothing, it's great entertainment, but we really truly need to understand that this is television programming. We're being programmed, and whoever's flipping the bill to produce it is giving you the story they want you to see, they want you to know. As history has shown us, I mean, there's a lot of people doing great talks on your shows and on your channels with great regularity about things from the past and what we're learning. And I think it really shows that humans are very programmable.
Oh my God, so much so.
And other people seem to be very organized with that tidbit of information, and they're working steadfastly at programming us all day long.
Every second of every day, to the point where even when you give people this information, they're receiving it in a certain way because of that programming. And here's the other part of this too, right? Now, if we were able to go down a path of investigation and prove that there is some sort of submersible base or submersible type of craft down there, that leads to exploration across the world under the ocean. And we know by the government, and this is going to kind of be a connect here, by when the government came out and said that they want to do the UAP, USO, all of that narrative, that was also the same type of smokescreen where they're going to tell you, well, we don't know what these things are, but if you go any further, we're probably going to arrest you because we're the ones doing the investigating, not anybody else.
Right.
And this is this grand deception of cover. And even them telling your story, but not in the right way, is a part of that applicable cover. And it really is disheartening that even people who would seem so genuine to put it out there can be manipulated into editing it a specific way that seems disingenuous.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally believe there's even a potential for some more compartmentalization of information to be involved. I don't disbelieve that on the production side, where the editing floor is, that those people could be separated from the truth in a way. They could be told a story so that they don't even know that they're editing out the truth. They could be looking for something else in the storyline for all they've been informed. So this is how higher ups can manipulate, the rest of the herd.
Right. And I'm thinking to myself, how can we alleviate this by getting some sort of either that footage or that sound being played without having to go out and replicating it? Now, when you joined in on this television program, you of course had to sign either a NDA or a contract with them stating that you may not either acquire some of the evidence. Is there a way judicially that we can get that evidence to you, footage or sound?
It's a great question, but you're gonna get a kick out of this because you're gonna see how this works. Every time a television production company has ever attempted to work with me, the first thing that I've noticed is that they're a foreign entity. So that increases the legal obstacles, I'm sure you can understand, exponentially.
Of course.
So this production company was in England.
Okay.
So they have all the stuff there.
And to get that, you would not only have to get New York, you would have to get Alaska courts involved. You would have to get the Royal Crown involved.
Yeah,
that's
a bridge I cannot cross, Rob.
I know that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Not at the way my PayPal and Patreon rolls.
No, me neither. Listen, I wouldn't be able to do it in Alaska. Never mind all the way to England. I couldn't get the Alaskan side of it. But it is what I see. I hate hearing this type of information just to go, and now it's by the wayside. So the next step would be a replication, to get out there again and replicate. And then you could project your own show in a sense of, look at this. Remember a long time ago when Ancient Aliens first came out, there was that gentleman who was on, it says Debunking Ancient Aliens. It was like a YouTube channel forever. Until the History Channel, they got their hooks into it and was like, no, you're going to either prove them right or you're not going to be on the air anymore. And this is where we get into this dichotomy of law and rights, right? But I would think that with the amount of following that you have, which is a good sized following, we could probably get something together where we could pedestal this and say, look, these people aren't right. They're lying.
I would love something like that to put them on the spotlight, so to say. I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of that, Rob. That's a great idea. That's you know something? I'm an old-fashioned plumber in my mind. I don't think of the power of the digital realm, but that could be something to pressure these people to release the sound.
Of course. And
release the actual audio.
Are they putting it on television, or are they putting it on a application where they're streaming to that application, as in that kind of television?
This already aired. This already aired on television. November it aired, and now it's available. You can get it on any streaming platform.
Right.
So it's already out there.
Eric, what's the season and
it would be
I'll try to find it.
You got it. It's Alaska Triangle Season 2, Episode 9. It's also the only one they did no advertising for. I was following.
Which is wild. What?
Yeah, I was following, and they were advertising and doing marketing for every episode. Just like anybody would normally do for a production, right? Hey, tune in this week, tune in this Friday, tune in this. They were doing it for every other episode. They never touched mine with an ad.
Have you ever tried to reach out to some of the other experts on that show and see
oddly
how
enough,
they were handled?
The sound engineer that they used is apparently here in my town, and I would love to go have a chat with him.
Have you tried contacting him at all?
Not yet.
I
Not
would.
yet, but I want to.
Yeah, because you know what? I mean, even with him or maybe somebody else that they pulled in, you may not be the first one that they've done this to with other types of evidence. And you can collate together and say, look, this is me, that's him. We've got it all together. What do you say now? Now say something, because now it's a court of public opinion. It's no longer a court of law.
But I totally understand what you're saying, Rob. The reality is I'm doing things like you're saying like that, and people are hating my guts in the disclosure circle for this.
Why?
Because I'm stepping on people's toes, because I'm challenging people, because I'm not just agreeing with everybody.
Well, that's also because there's probably a major name attached to whatever
exactly
show this is, and of course,
any of these shows.
Instead of going against the information and getting the information proper, you're going against him and his name and his brand, because it's no longer about the info. It's about the potential of the person and the monetary value of that person.
In a way, I'm actually going against that whole industry right now as well, because what I did also just outed that industry.
Oh, absolutely.
So are all these other shows not just as guilty?
Of course. It's just like when you go to watch the paranormal shows and they're like, oh, do you hear that? Do you feel that? Like, there's nothing there saying that those people are exactly seeing, feeling, or whatever they're doing is not substantiated by
evidence. My camera's moving. Is it a ghost?
Exactly.
Yeah. Right.
And we see that more times than not, right? But to call them on it is to call their brand. And so you're probably in that same predicament.
I'm totally calling the brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally calling the brand on mass media disclosure at the moment because of my experience.
We have 36 people watching now. Let me ask everybody out there a question that's watching. And I want an honest answer. Would you prefer a show that tailors the evidence to make it look more exciting, or would you prefer the proper evidence be put forward and then you could have a confidence in that show for what they do and what they represent? That is an honest-to-God question, because some people like the entertainment. They love it. But some people, I would rather sit there through a boring show and watch the actual truth come out, the evidential truth, and then be like, wow, that was kind of satisfying because we got there, the proper evidence. See? Proper evidence, truth.
Rob, you can handle that stuff because you grew up with Geraldo Rivera in the opening of Al Capone's vault.
Yeah, literally. And we've seen him in the diner down the road. Like, that's how close he is to me. And that man is all deception. All deception. You know what I mean? There's nothing true about Geraldo Rivera. But, and even when he gets on TV now on Fox, they're like, he's just so far in his own world, it's disgusting. But, but this is what we face in the truth community.
Yes.
We're taken off platforms, we're censored. They take our information and they twist it and turn it so there's no longer our information anymore. It becomes something else, and that's intentional. There is a program behind that. There is an agenda behind that, because we can't be the arbiters of truth. Rob Yox and Eric Hecker cannot be the arbiters of truth. If we are the arbiters of truth, then the experts have no legs to stand on. I'm not formally educated like some of those experts, but I bet you if we go into certain subjects, I could talk circles around them, because they've gotten to this point in mainstream sort of science that's lazy, or mainstream history that's lazy. They don't want to see all the sides and rewrite history or rewrite the science book. They want to maintain their cover by what they've been working for 60 years. Personally, if I was working in history and we found some new archaeological evidence that changed the entire paradigm of history as we knew it, I would relish in that fact, and I would make sure that I wrote about it, even if it wasn't from my point of view or it was me who collected that evidence, if it's substantiated. You get what I mean?
I totally do. That makes me wonder how many times the withholding powers that be have come across information that would be, global paradigm shattering, and they're like, oh, let's tuck it away. That would undermine our control. Just tuck that away.
Of course. And this is also part of our agenda on this side of the aisle, of exposing and putting the light on all of this deception. Because once the first barriers of deception get brought down, and we talked about this a little bit last night with old Dharma God, and once we eliminate the first wave of barriers, we can start tackling those other barriers that come into the history and the science, and really set right the indulgence of actual and factual truths and evidential based conversations, so we can expand our understanding of those situations.
I totally agree. And that's one of my other gripes as of late, is that I feel like I'm trying really hard to throw my hat into the ring with real experiences, real proof, and things that could be substantiated. And I am religiously behind the scenes. I haven't been producing a lot of content lately, because I've been attempting to collaborate with all of the big names in disclosure that are talking about Antarctica and South Pole Station. And you know what I'm finding out? I'm getting the door slammed in my face everywhere I go.
That's too much information. You're giving them too much.
I'm not giving them any information. They know my information. They don't want to talk to me.
Well, that's what I mean. You're putting out their information that's
I send an email to a big name researcher that talks about being huge into Antarctica. I get a conversation with said person, and then I get discounted for being a plumber, not a physicist.
Oh, see, this is where we get into that realm of.
So now, yeah, this is lunacy to me, because now this is to me, it's a gatekeeper.
Of course, and
it's
listen,
full-blown gatekeeper.
You don't have to be an expert to understand. Everybody's got to understand it. Just because you're not an expert in said field doesn't mean you can't research that field enough where you can either be classified as an expert or have a working knowledge of what is.
Yes, and not for nothing, in the grand scheme of the topics that we were discussing, I was open to any line of questioning, and I feel that I would have been able to stand fast with any question, with the right answer, but to just have somebody discount me right off the bat without even posing a question, just to me spoke volumes.
And that shows you that those people are not in search of the truth. They're in search of that monetary truth.
Correct. I think there's a lot more gatekeeping going on through the mass media, like I learned through the power of the edit. I believe that we have a lot of folks that are in these researching circles that, much like industries of old, we are told, are hard to root out with the new technology because they're so entrenched. I think some of the researchers and disclosure folks from old are so entrenched that they either lost their ability to discern, or they've become in such proximity to the devil that now they're dancing with it.
Oh, that is the second, dancing with the devil, I think is actually what is the definition of what's going on. Because a lot of people, when they start in this sort of investigations and looking into conspiracy, and you get gung-ho, because after a little while you start to unravel things a little bit, and you're like, I understand it. And that understanding kind of shoots your adrenaline up, and you're like, yes, now I've got to prepare a presentation so I can talk about it. And then you get to these 20-year guys, and they're like, yeah, it's just another one. Just another one. But it's never just another one. It's always somebody else's being affected by those other ones. Right. And the people who are really in it to win it and to figure it out are eventually. I don't want this to become of us. I would never dance with the devil, but I don't ever want to get complacent in my ability to research either. I want to be able to explore the entire topic. So hearing this is like it's like putting a bell in my head for 10 years down the line. Like, humble yourself, get yourself back to square one. Remember your roots. Make sure you do it diligently, properly, and vet everything. And this is just wild to hear.
And make sure that you listen to people that have truth. Don't get hardened to it. That's, I think, what's going on is that I think they've become somewhat self-manufactured know-it-alls. Absolutely. And now the digital media so easily supports those egos.
Totally agree. And then we also have. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. And we've also witnessed, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but James Rink recently got bamboozled by some folks. And I don't know if you're aware of that, but I'm
not. Tell us all.
Oh, okay, you got it. So James Rink is a really nice guy, and he's doing a lot of diligent, hard work in the program to, get disclosure out there. But with that being said, he got tricked. So some dudes showed up to the 5D event in Vegas when we were there, and they were shams. They were acting like they were SSP veterans just to show how easy it was to fake an experience and trick a researcher. They did it. Boom. There we go, folks. And again, there's COINTELPRO type stuff going on. And how do you as the listener really know? How do you know when someone presents a whistleblower to you that is true or not? Because so-and-so said, well, I vetted them. How do you know what do you know their vetting process? I've spoken to some people myself that, I almost went to air with, and they have zero vetting process. They don't know me from a hole in the wall. That happens. So it's nerve-wracking to me.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, so the audience, I question, how do they know? And then it concerns me because I know my experience. I know I can document it. I know I'm putting the truth out there. So I wonder, I lay in bed at night and I go, how do I get people to understand that what I am saying is true and what somebody else is saying is a sensational story?
It's difficult. It's difficult because they have these plants in every facet of research. And they're there to dissuade you from going out and saying your story because
dissipators.
Yes, it makes you sound fantastical or speculatory, and it's not. It's not. It's something that has happened. And I think when it comes to that discernment of who these people are, it's a resonation thing. And I think sometimes we get caught up in the information and we stop listening to our feelings too. But at the same time, you can never really tell if somebody is a fake if they're good enough at faking what they know. Right? It's very difficult. If somebody comes in with SSP, and I'm not an SSP person, so I would ask you to vet them, or Penny, somebody that has a lot more area of expertise than I would. So I could never vet an SSP person. But if we start talking geopolitics and who knows what, now I got a leg to stand on. Now we can have a conversation, and I could say to you, well, I see where you're coming from, but... So
totally understood, and this is why I'm coming guns blazing from the topic of South Pole Station. I spent a year there, and I know a lot about what's going on there, and I'm getting really frustrated at all the people that are discussing this topic with people that won't give their identity, not one inkling of evidence that they've actually been there, but they have a fantastical comic book-like story about UFOs and aliens. I'm not against any of the possibility of there being UFOs and aliens in Antarctica. I think it's highly likely. But I'm just intrigued as to how the massive amount of people believe a story that absolutely 100% can't be substantiated, and they won't listen to the information that I'm giving them, which effectively tells them that there's an electronic weapons gun to their head. You know, they want to talk about the potential threat of aliens when I'm like, hey, listen, but there's a real directed energy weapon that's up and running since 2010.
And it's literally at your face. And if you turn around, you'll blow your face off.
It's pretty much telling the whole world they probably need to be putting something on their face digitally.
Right. Right.
You know,
some kind of Faraday cage to make sure you don't get hit by it, in a sense.
Something, yeah. You know, well, I mean, whatever we need to figure out. But you know, it's like what is it? Alcohol Anonymous is they first you have to admit there's a problem.
Exactly.
I'm trying to get the whole world to know that there's probably the world's largest directed energy weapon system sitting right at the South Pole Station. And every time I try to speak that topic, wherever I put that direction, I either get edited or I have some gatekeeper show up to try to change my story and make it align with theirs. And they go, oh, so what you're saying is this. No, I'm not trying to support your story. I'm trying to give you more information. I thought you were a researcher.
Right.
And then when my research doesn't support their predetermined story, all of a sudden I'm just a plumber.
So see, now you're starting to see an underlining pattern to what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And what I want another question is, what actually ended up happening at 5D once these people tried to fraudulate what they knew? And I'm sure it had some sort of effect on the entire thing of because they must have come out and said something that was damning.
They produced a well-produced YouTube video explaining the whole intrusion and subterfuge and deception. They really went for the jugular on James.
That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. And I'm sure he took a hit for it too, which really sucks.
I'm sure it probably broke his heart. I mean, the kid tries really hard, so it's like that's not what he wants to happen. You know, he's trying to do good things.
People will do that, and that's terrible. That they would want to come and do that, and then make footage out of it. That's
right,
really that's not really good people.
And not for nothing, just from what I saw of the folks. I mean, as soon as they walked into the room, I was actually up at the dais. I had I think Tony Rodriguez was on my left, and I am not kidding you, Rob. As soon as these two characters came in and started setting up, just prior, Tony and I had been discussing, like, you know, that feds come to these things and probe and blah, blah, blah. As soon as these two guys came in and started setting up, I grabbed my notepad right there and I wrote right down on it. I said, camera guys are feds. And Tony looked over and he laughed and he was like, you're right. And it was those two guys. And it wasn't that they were feds, but I figured out that they weren't legit.
Right.
And they were actually they were from Canada, I think, and they just came there to be deceptive and lie and infiltrate and do their thing. And I actually think 100%. I think 100% they targeted James because they said how they had been, you know, looking into this and researching and, you know, getting educated on so that they could infiltrate, right? I think they just straight up went for James because James is a nice guy. Like he's the easy gate to walk through. He's not the gatekeeper. You know, he's not the guy that's like, hey, you, blah, 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 you know. Yeah, if those guys came in my direction with baloney, I probably would have been more belligerent with them than James would have been, which is why they didn't bark up my tree.
Absolutely. And here's the thing, too, is now that these people have done this, they're not just doing it to James. They're doing it to the entire community. Because now anybody who comes out and says anything remotely close to what those two gentlemen either said or reported on in their specific or was basically shown in those movies are now completely discredited, which means that these people who have an ignominious truth, they're not able to get it out there. And that hurts the community as a whole. Even for any kind of disclosure, any kind of further advancements in what we know is coming from people who are in the SSP, like med beds and different types of technologies that are being reported that are in space being used, that's coming back here and actually furthering humanity. And this is a tremendous problem.
I think in a way, I believe that there's a high probability that these folks represented a faction, that they're aware that James is extremely high in the circles as far as having a following. So he's a target. He's a target. His information's a target. So I think they were just trying to, you know, make him look bad, make the whole, you know, disclosure movement look bad, and do a lot of undermining. And that's what factions do as well. And what we witnessed in this activity was the power of the edit in real life.
Yes.
I mean, they could literally walk into a conversation, which is the SSP disclosure, and through deception, they just edited the whole circle, because now there's this doubt cast into the room.
It's a shadow. It's a shadow on all the information. And you're right. They just did a full self-edit in that room. So, and anybody who is particularly participating in that is now called into question, which, I really, that stings me. That hurts me, because I feel like there's a lot of us out here who can't be classified experts, but we know enough to hold a conversation and really get people to listen and understand. And if we're discrediting those people at every avenue, there's going to be none of us left. None of us left to do the work. And I think that that's truly what the agenda is
I think it's a lot of it.
Yep. You're going to subscribe to this basic narrative that we're going to give you. And if you fall outside of that, now you're done.
I think taking it a step further as to the nefarious evil ways of whoever these overseers are that we need to figure out soon, is that this has to do with the digi world and the separating us as human beings. I think the literal physical distance between us is breaking our ability to discern from each other. Through a digital environment, it's too easy to learn how to deceive each other. And it's this lack of integration as a society on a regular basis. We're losing the ability to trust and discern. And that void is being filled with deception. And this is blatant. This is so blatant.
Huge point. Huge point.
We need to interact as humans.
Of course, from a text message, you cannot discern a social cue.
Right.
You cannot discern body language. You cannot discern emotion, which gives you context for the entire conversation. And this is where people are getting taken advantage of.
How many people have ever taken a text out of context or gotten come on, is that like the most common thing? You get a text and you take it the wrong way?
All the time.
Or you write a text and someone takes it the wrong way.
Oh, yeah. There's no emotion. I can tell everybody. There's no emotion behind a text message. It's just plain information. I want you to read it monotone, and I want you to understand it in monotone.
We're being broken down as a people in this method. There's people that know this, just like, there's people that know how to break an animal on a farm. Well, we're on an animal farm. This is 1984. This is a prison planet, and we are not the wardens. We are not in charge. Pay attention to what's going on in the last few years. People are not acting of their own free will and accord. They're acting by direction and fear.
It's exterior stimuli, and they literally control every thought and every reaction, counterpoint, point. They literally control the entire board, and that's why it's important for us to understand those programs, because when we do that, we're able to maneuver in and out of specific programs that they lay down, create our own program, but also use their programs to literally destabilize their entire narrative and their entire cohesion of programs throughout the day, just even on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah. I mean, God only knows, just what we're talking about today when we're talking about misinformation, the power of the edit, the mass media. I mean, how many half-truths, mistruths, disinformation spots could you count if you actually just sat in front of a screen and that was your goal, was to count as many as you could?
I see Stone Hobbit in the back. She's waving her hand up like, I know. Stone, I'm bringing you in for a second because I think you got something
feel free.
Say. Here we go. Stone, you're muted. Unmute and let us know what's up.
Hey, Eric. Yeah, no,
How you doing today?
Agree with you. Hey, honey. Good to see you again.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter. For me, where I've come from, I've worked so hard to tell the truth right through, and it doesn't matter to them. They know you telling the truth, and they work on that. They use that, and then eventually they try to turn it around. They keep you in a stuck state. When you've had that happen to you so many times and you still stand in your truth, you've only got two ways. You stay in your truth and you keep fighting and you keep moving forward, or you bow down and you take it where they want you to take it. But you know, we're going to get through this. We've got to push through this because this is what we've been here for. We're here as the truth tellers, and it hasn't been easy to get here. And, you know, I'm listening to you, and I know some of James Rink's stuff, and I know about some of these so-called people going down to the Antarctica and doing this and that and seeking the UFOs. You can't even tell if they've left home. You can't even tell, unless you've been there, you can't even tell if they've actually walked on the moon. You can't tell me how close these planets are, because I haven't been out there. You know, I might have through astral projection and everything else, but as in the 3D form, I can't get out there. So, and if somebody's going to tell me something, there has to be that resonance connection. You know when somebody's telling you shit. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry.
Go ahead.
I agree with you 100%, and this is it's very critical to my perspective and my experience. It's 100% true. Thank you for the analogy. It's almost like in a way like you would know, either one of you, right? Like you know the house that you grew up in as a kid, right? So you would know that's like your home. So if some other person starts talking to a researcher about the house that you grew up in, and everything they're saying is off, you would know.
Yeah.
Of course.
That's what I know about my home at the South Pole Station.
Yes.
I was there. It was my home. I hear a lot of other people talking about my home. And they're liars.
Yeah.
I understand no one else will know that. Right? I don't know your home, though, Rob. So if someone was lying about your home or your home, Stone Hobbit, I wouldn't know they were lying. I would just listen to their story about your house.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the more sensational it is, the greater it would sound.
Yeah. Now, you've got to go to the truth. You've got to find that truth point. You've got to ask the questions.
There's a directed energy weapon system at the South Pole Station, and the gatekeepers keep wanting to talk about aliens. That's it. That's all they want to talk about. That's it. It's all aliens, aliens, aliens. That's it.
There's so much more to it. You know,
there's a lot more to it.
Weaponry, you know, the heart frequencies. There's so much more to it. So,
Isn't it wild how the aliens is not the fantastical story anymore? The direct energy weapon is the fantastical weapon.
Yeah.
Is the fantastical story.
Let's jump right to the weapons of war that we have for dealing with spaceships. Let's just cut right through the chase. Aliens are real. We have weapon systems to fight them since the 1940s.
But they don't. That sounds crazy now. Come on. Like
that's where we're really at. Everybody's like, World War III is coming soon. No, we're in World War V right now.
Right. But the UFOs are like, they're probably there. But the direct energy weapon that we've made, that there is literal documentation of their creation, is the fantastical part. But the things that we've never truly examined, like in this century or this, in the last 70 years that we know about mainstream or have real documentation on, like the schematics of, is not the fantastical one. The weight of it is just. For
50 years, the Department of Defense was using directed energy weapons against aliens. Now the CIA has taken over this entire program, and they're using directed energy weapons on the people of the planet Earth. That's where we're at right now.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy how we can sit here and say that. And,
UFOs are old school now, Rob.
We did.
Blase.
UFOs, come on, bro. We got MK Ultra mind control coming through the TV. That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy.
Hold on, I have to put my mask on. Something just told me to.
Yeah. Wild stuff. No, I mean, but that's what they've done. They've turned this into ridiculous world. They've literally turned it into ridiculous world. Things that we know are now fantastical, and things that we speculate are the truth.
I'm concerned heavily that the gatekeepers of the topics of what used to be considered wildly paranormal stuff is now benign and normal, and those people are trying to keep the conversation down there. You know, as if people don't believe in Bigfoot now, as if people don't believe in aliens now, as if most of the people on the planet have seen a UFO. I mean, it's just everyone's just now discussing it.
Right.
You know?
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So no, it's just it's perfect. It's just we're all waking up to the fact that we've all been deceived on such a massive level, but what we fail to do is honestly communicate it with other people. Stop being afraid to say, you know what? I got bamboozled. The last 2 years, I totally believed all the shenanigans that was shoveled on my plate. Just be honest. Just say I messed up.
It's okay. It's okay to do that and say, you know what? I'm going to start being better from here on out. I'm going to start
Absolutely.
being better.
I'll admit, back in the day, I totally messed up. You know what? I 100% voted for Obama the first time. Listen. I straight up got suckered.
That's okay.
I did.
Okay. It's okay.
I looked at the two guys running, and I just said, which one of these two guys, because I understood the Democrat Republican, co-opting of our government. I knew there's only one of those two guys was going to make it. I knew it was that corrupt already. But I said, which one of these two guys might make it into the White House and turn around and kick the shins of the system that got him there? And it was either John McCain or Barack Obama. There's no way John McCain's going to turn around and kick the shins of the industry that got him there. That ain't happening. I just figured maybe this Barack Obama guy will.
Yeah, and this is another thing I tell people too is, I'm running out of conspiracies here. We've investigated them and they're all coming true. Like, I'm running out of conspiracies here.
Yeah, there's no such thing as
some more, please.
There's no such thing as conspiracy theory. There's just a ton of conspiracies. There's just more and more factions at hand.
It's so crazy how the world is capitulating to this small group, and this small group has done so many different plays on reality that we know that there's extraterrestrial, interdimensional, ultradimensional. There's all that. We know it. It's there. And, that again, I find it so funny that they're like, listen, this technology that we built like 50 years ago, you're crazy. You're crazy.
They were saying back in the 1980s that folks like DARPA and everybody were, they were gaining 50 years advanced level of technology for every 1 year of the average citizen. And they said that's the way that it's been going since then. And I think people don't really spend enough time just considering what that really means.
It's true.
Look at how far we've grown technologically, so to say. We'll just say from the late 1800s until now. I mean, that's pretty much all the technology we have. We go from locomotives to everything we have right now. And that's just in 100 some odd years.
The Industrial Revolution.
Now they're saying in the 1980s that, folks like DARPA were advancing 50 years per year.
It's crazy. And then, just to go back to DARPA, then DARPA's got its hand in everything. What we just went through the last 2.5 years, was brought to DARPA. I'm not going to say what it is because we're on YouTube, but it was brought to DARPA first for funding. And DARPA was like, you want to do what? No. It comes back on us. You guys are out of control. And they went off and found somebody else to do it with. But
I never heard this story before, and this is my heart's jumping out of my chest. If DARPA turns it down for being too evil,
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I have the paperwork. I have the DARPA documentation that says, "You say what now?" No, I think we're gonna pass on that one. Thanks.
Someone needs to make some sort of the wildest meme ever, where the devil says something, and DARPA's like, "That's too evil."
Yeah, it's just like DARPA guys like this.
Yeah,
nope,
I can't believe DARPA said something was too sinister.
Imagine. And that's why I'm like, this is what we're really up against, guys. Like, this is what we're looking at right now. And these are the people that are in control. Because this is an extreme case. This is extreme. When they say no, they literally have their hands in everything. Everything from slave labor to child stuff. They've got their hands in everything.
Absolutely.
That's how nasty these people are.
Yep, that's not for nothing. Just because, in a way, my brain goes to whatever. I mean, in a way, my brain goes to whatever good I can think of. We can make happen. We are creative people. I do believe in all of that, but I believe in the full reality of the universe. I also believe there's evil people that understand
big time.
They understand their power as well. and they work very hard with their creative things, and they have plans, and the bad people seem to get organized faster than the good people on this planet. It's very unfortunate.
It truly is, because they catch them. Kathy, one of the creators of this event with us, asks, "What can we do to protect ourselves?"
Oh my God, we have to openly communicate with each other honestly about all the stuff that hurts us on the inside. We have to stop harboring those hard to communicate conversations within us to drive us insane. We need to let them out.
Yes. The hard conversations are the ones that shed light on inner perspective, and inner perspective alleviates the need to do harm and essentially take things to a different level where, you know, and in every aspect, there's a lot of different emotional attachments that come with opening up that box within yourself and being able to. And that's what this community has become, is that ability to have those conversations without fear of ostracization or, you know, or being told that you're not right. That's not true.
That might be one of the greatest benefits of this community, is that we're talking about oddball subjects. So I think it might empower people to pick up the practice, because I think that, you know, like folks like you and I, everybody basically, like the vast majority of our lives are benign and boring and similar. You know, you have bills to pay. I got bills to pay. You got a girlfriend. I got a girlfriend. Everybody's got things to figure out. You know, we all know the same stuff. But in reality, we all spend most of our lives talking about the things that we know about of each other. Yeah, and that doesn't really accomplish anything, you know. But there's the differences. That 20% of our lives, I think, is where the value added conversation comes from. You know, I want to hear about the things that makes Rob Yox. You know, not the things that makes you the same as everybody else. I want to hear the differences, and I want to hear this from everybody. And I believe that those are the oddities, right? The things that make you odd are the things that you may not necessarily put to everybody. And I get that, but I want to challenge folks that we need to grow from that. We need to get outside of our boundaries and our borders, because it's that information that we're holding in, that we're not connecting with other people's withheld information. It's holding our whole society back. Because we're not sharing this info.
Everybody, I put it like this: everybody has their dots. When we come together, your dots may fill a connection between two of my dots. And when all of those dots are connected, we have the complete and total picture. When we have the complete and total picture, no matter what we're talking about, we can make informed decisions, and we can also inform others upon why we're creating those boundaries or those decisions, and it all is affected.
Then I want to double down on my answer to that one before. What we need to do to fix this is we need to reconnect as human beings. That's as we can see, they are voraciously trying to disconnect us from each other. That's why. They're constantly trying to disconnect us, to divide us, to make us hate each other for whatever stupid reason is of the week. We don't hate each other. We hate them. We hate the overseers. We hate the politicians that are lying. We hate the deceivers. We hate the misinformationists. But other than that, we all love each other.
Well, it's true. You know what it is? It's together we're strong, divided we fall.
Exactly.
Plain and simple.
So that is it. Yep. United we stand, divided we fall, and people need to remember that. It's division is their weapon.
Absolutely. We've got about 3 minutes left, Eric. I want you to tell us all the places we can find you, and then I want to thank you for coming in, because, dude, this has been awesome. This got me fired up. I love you. You know, I love you, brother, and I love having these conversations with you. We have to do it more often.
Awesome.
Because this is just it's exceptional. We had a great run from one subject to the other, but we captured a lot of good information in the middle of that too, because of what you bring to the table, bro. And I don't want you to stop, no matter if you're facing people that are not doing the right things by you. Keep doing what you're doing, because it is making a difference.
Awesome, Rob. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the time here and the energy that you guys give me, that you reach out to help me get information out. So thank you so much. And thank everybody on your team for me too, please.
Absolutely.
But as you said, people can get a hold of me. The best place, please go to deciphering.tv. That's my actual home website platform. That is where you're going to get all of the real, uncensored truth as I can find it. I am also on YouTube as Deciphering My Experience, but obviously you're going to have to deal with these censors over there. I am on Facebook. I am on MeWe. And if you want to help me out with what I'm trying to do, because I am building a studio and trying to get the truth out there because I'm tired of the mass media, so Deciphering.tv is going to grow and be a behemoth in the truth in the future. So if you can hit me up on PayPal or Patreon, or purchase some merch at the merch store at the website, or I also have a CBD product that I use, adore, and love. And if you're into health and harmony and balance in your life and you're into CBD products, you can purchase some, and it helps me out.
Excellent. And I'm telling you guys, and we've been putting the your website up in the chats of all the different, we're in so many different chat rooms right now, and on so many different platforms, and we've been putting that up for everybody to check it out. I mean, I tell you, it's worth it. When you go back and check out the archive and you also look at the videos, it makes so much sense, and it's going to lead you down a path of research on your own, because that's what we're trying to do, is spark that research. So again, Eric, always a pleasure, brother. It's an honor and a privilege to have you here. We love having you at these conferences. You always bring the wealth, bro, the wealth of knowledge. So you're always invited, and we'll talk to you really soon, brother.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Awesome. You're muted, Omar. You're muted. Unmute.
Right?
Yep.
Again. Thank you, Eric. I truly appreciate your contribution into Humanity Unplugged, brother. That was an amazing talk. Raised a lot of awareness, and I got your back. I support you, and I love you like a brother. And I'm looking forward to doing some more talks with you in the future.
Thank you so much. Oh, and I just thought if you guys could send me a shareable link of some sort, I would love to post it on my website as well, just to put this up even further and farther.
Cool.
Got you right now, brother.
I'll send you a link.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. Have a wonderful day.
We appreciate you, brother.
Awesome. I'm gonna go to bed now.
Yeah, get some rest. You've been up 25 hours now.
Yeah, something like that.
That's wild.
It's all good.
It's like us, bro.
Right,
it's
brother.
like us.
Yeah, as I said, I just feel like I'm keeping pace with you guys, so I felt like I had to do it.
Awesome.
Have a great day, guys.
Have a great day, brother.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, so that was an epic talk, Rob. Thank you very much. And guys, go and check out Decipher.tv. It's amazing. And check out Eric's YouTube channel, Deciphering My Experience. He's got some wonderful information. And if you guys want to check out what he did at Total Disclosure back in August, that is available in our conference playlist. Check that out afterwards. So my next guest, she's an amazing lady, and Starlight Lightworker. Again, I met her at a Portal to Ascension conference that I had attended, and I had listened to Rosa, and I was, really taken back, and we resonated. And then since then, we've really become friends, and we communicate on Messenger quite a lot, and we keep up with each other, and I really want you guys to hear what she has to share. So grab your pens and pads and take some notes, because this is going to be another epic upload. I will quickly read Rosalind's bio here. It's pretty long, so I'm not going to waste any time reading all of it, but I'll give you guys some highlights. So Rosalind Beth Horowitz, aka Cosmic Utopian Rose, that should tell you all. Eternal All Gatekeeper and Unity Ambassador for all star nations in attunement with the Law of One, the Law of Love. Was born on June 10th, 1964 in Brooklyn, New York. She has a very diverse multicultural background, heritage of indigenous origins of Taino Indian tribes, original native inhabitants of the Caribbean region, specifically Puerto Rico, several regions of Spain, Barcelona, and other Caribbean European ancestry, including Ireland, Russian, Austrian, and some unknown. Currently, Rosalind lives as an American Israeli in Israel since the year 2003 to the present, upon answering the call of her soul path and as a gatekeeper, bringing her to the Middle East, Israel, Egypt, where she continues to experience an incredible cosmic adventure. while expanding and aspiring to the highest version of her self-expression of divine creator source, energy, and love, while living a crazy, wonderful, and sometimes challenging multi-dimensional life. She is a higher source, self-channel of the Eternals, having had 3 NDEs and OBEs as well. She is a gifted and visionary, coming from a long lineage of seers and shamanic healers. As an ET contactee and lifelong experiencer, interplanetary time-space traveler, she continues bringing in cosmic, galactic, celestial, central sun, elemental, and inner earth photographic transmissions, messages, light language activations, upgrades, heart chakra openings, crystallizations, realignment, heart coherence to experience greater expansion, here to connect to us, to our cosmic family's higher consciousness. I know I said I wouldn't read the whole thing, but I think I'm going to because this is epic. Self-awareness and indeed a great contributor for cosmic disclosure. We're not alone and we are loved dearly. Divine creator source works through her. As a sovereign, cosmic, celestial, multidimensional, galactic star being, source, channel, conduit, intuit, receiver, recorder, and keeper of cosmic, celestial, galactic, interdimensional, akashic image video files library of photographic transmissions through the gift of visual transference abilities. Serving the cosmic community as an ambassador for our extended cosmic families, galactic communities, and other whom are indeed an extension of our collective unified consciousness, she continues to work towards bringing the gap through cosmic disclosure and living a human life, and that is human life as a being of her consciousness, reaching out into the infinite realms and that bear witness to the truth of who, what, and all that we are, in loving service as a drop in the sea that carries within the entirety of the sea of love itself, connecting us all through the external, all effervescent crystal rivers of our extensive cosmic, galactic, celestial, infinite time-space continuum, expressing the essence of the internal unified life force, field of God, source, Christ, consciousness, Rosalind Beth Horowitz, aka Cosmic Utopian Rose, serving the community as an envisionary cosmic time traveler, being a lifelong experiencer, ET contactee, poet, cosmic commissioned artist, writer, musician, singer, songwriter of Cosmic Utopian Chill Out and indie music transmissions, video productions, and other creative works through her home-based production studio Fuse as an FUSE, Full Unity Signal Earth, also providing service through energy transference, vibrational healing, energy work, light language activation, attunement, heart coherence, conductions, and expansion, challenging her source self to assist others through conscious counseling. Those who feel guided by contact Rosalind through the links provided. Sessions are booked through Zoom, Skype, or other on basis availability and intuitive guidance. Sessions also provide one-to-one, discreet, compassionate space for discussion, consultation, advising inner child core, wound healing, energetic realignment, heart coherence, conduction, high vibrational resonator, soul gazing for deeper connection, realignment, coherence, and streaming of consciousness for deeper insight. I am into it. Energy work is real. Together we'll open a conscious, connective awareness gateway for healing, expansion, and exploration. I am here to help you. All energy exchange donations are accepted with gratitude. Now that was epic. I loved it. Okay, well, we learned everything that we could. Thanks for being here, Rosalind. Bye now.
You're fantastic. You took my breath away, and I'm honored. I'm really so honored to be here. I don't know.
That was amazing. I was not going to read the entirety of it, but then as I was reading it, I was like, oh my God, this is like epic. How could I have forgotten? I'm just going to read the whole thing. And now
I
people have like this deep understanding of who you are
a
and
little bit more.
what you're about to do for us, and the upload that you're about to give us, because it's not only local, but it's a non-local message as well.
Yeah.
As we descend, into this new timeline, and having purified ourselves with this equinox of 2022, those sacred numbers, we're like creating this new timeline in which we're about to kick ass and really take no names and just create something of love and abundance and acceptance, right, Rosalind? That's what you're seeing.
That is so absolutely true. And the funny thing is that it's how these things happen, because I do channel whom I call a collective called the Eternals. And I think I've been doing this for some time now. And that is how I know them, as the Eternals, because it is the eternal kingdom of the God Source field. And in that realm, you would be considered an eternal, which we are all of this place, the same. So that's what we are expanding ourselves into, our eternal souls.
Beautiful.
And I really was sitting, and I really just came, and it just was, I prepared. No, this is never happening like that. We're not just prepared. So what happens is I'm knowing that this is coming up, because it seemed quite sudden that I'm realizing I'm added to this, and it was segued into coming. What day, I didn't know, but found out very soon. Here we are. I have brought a message through, as it happens, just before, specially channeled and coming through. So we'll probably have a bit of what feels like a meditation and messages coming through, and maybe some conscious music that I can share from my SoundCloud channel, because it's late at night here in Israel. So I probably won't start singing at this hour because of my neighbors. So let's get on with the show. And I'm so grateful to Omar, Kathy, Rob Yox, Stone, everyone who's participated and made this amazing Humanity Unplugged conference possible. So many amazing gifts have been shared here. And I just honor you all, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. So let's just start with how it came through. And I just want to, here. All right. So, greetings, everyone. Let me just move this a little bit. There we go. So, greetings, beloved, all as one. As a gatekeeper of the staff and eternal blue flame of Amenti, I am an active channel of embodiment for the Eternals and the restoration of the codes within our DNA that would return us as eternal sovereign beings, able to hold this embodiment of light. I was given a message of the heart and the role it would play throughout my life as a very young child, and that it is the greatest gift, the core and center of our strength, salvation, grace, and divinity. We are all here to learn this, what we have in common, the rhythm that flows between us, that carries the eternal message of love. That is how Full Unity Signal Earth fused and became the symbolic name of my production center, studio, and celestial galactic portal station, where I am in service to humanity as Cosmic Utopian Rose. It's amazing. Sometimes I think we're more afraid of the power of love than we are afraid of the powers that try to keep us from knowing the power of love that we are. With enough love, energy, and pure intention continuously sent out as a signal from the unified heart of humanity. It is we that can bring about the new ageless age of peace. We're not ignoring what's happening all across the planet right now. We are here to change that. The discordant vibrational frequencies that have been causing planetary imbalances, when in fact all of us together hold the force of the entire ocean of love and creation within every drop that fills our sacred vessels and governs the rise, fall, and vibrational frequencies of the entire cosmic ocean's scalar waves. So we do indeed have the power to change everything. And this is the Eternal's message coming through. So we're shedding the old ways. Transformation and rebirth is where we are now. Thus, God said, let there be light. And so it is. Many things are coming to light. And we are becoming lighter and less burdened from all that we have endured. Let's say that. So I join you in this momentous happening with such love in my heart for all. I believe in you, us, and as I am that I am in you, as you are that I am in me, I believe in love. Grateful and honored to share this pure love encoded transmission activation. So divinely received are these source codes to assist the upliftment, healing, grounding, anchoring, and the embodiment of love itself for the inner child, divine feminine and masculine, balance and restoration through divine reunion and communion of all souls being part of the one whole, both within and without, above and below, eternal. Opening the conscious connective awareness gateway. That's also another the name of my other page. You'll find that on Facebook, Conscious Connective Awareness Gateway, because that's what it is. Knowledge is a gateway. And the world that we are all a part of is a massive gateway. Many gateways, many doorways, many pathways. We all travel to reach the same destination, eternal love. So, bridge between divine creator source, the unfathomable, which really stands for, if you take it in Spanish or another language, un is one, fado is mother, father, and mabel is mother. So the unfathomable that you can hardly find a name for or think of really is the unfathomable, one, father, mother, God. Our precious, and this is the connection we're bridging between us, the unfathomable, God, source, and our precious earthen arc star, Gaia, and us, as we come together, remembering we are one whole, organic, sentient, multidimensional, limitless, beautiful soul star of consciousness. We are Gaia. Gaia is us, and we are everything. Love has created our sustainable reality, this morphogenic field that we have to pass through in order to reach the eternal realms. And as we feel, we see, feel, imagine, will, and create it to be all that it is and can be. Shall we begin? This will be kind of like a little meditation and activating the core of our hearts and our beingness, our sovereign beingness, our divine beingness. I truly am honored to be here with you today at the end of this amazing, amazing conference, Humanity Unplugged. We are unplugging. We're unplugging from the matrix. We're unplugging from the system. And as we awaken more and more to knowing who we are, not afraid to be that, to speak that out, things are changing in every moment. So let's take a deep breath. As we take in new light of a higher vibrational frequency, we hold and integrate this as a part of who we are now. And now slowly breathe out, releasing everything. And just feel. Let us open the way to heaven on earth from within the divine sacred heart. The moment you feel your own sacred tears flow, know that I too cried those tears and let go. Let the waters be purified inside and out throughout all waters of creation itself. Have faith, beloved, all as one, for I have no doubt we hold the light, we light the dark. We are divine creator's spark, and so it is, and so it is, and so it is. So I would like to go on and share with you a poetry from my heart to yours. It's a transmission as well. And it is called Love Without End. The heart has no face, yet it is the guiding force and rhythm that moves the entire human race. Indeed, it is truly the most sacred place. The heart has no knowledge of sight, time, or space, yet it is touched by the warmth of embrace, receiving the signals, whatever we do, acting upon pure free will with no clue, affecting the flow, the balance, the pace, our own superconsciousness, true resting place. Awaken, awaken, dear heart, I would say. We've slept long enough. We have moved from this place. The signal is clear now, and I'm glad you can hear. We're finished. There's no need, no pain, hate, or fear. We've practically done it, made heaven on earth. If only we'd spoken more often of how to rebirth. I'm grateful, dear heart. You're my whole universe. We'll soon find there's no need for hunger and thirst. The world's getting better. We're much more refined, more grateful, loving, gracious, and kind. How could it ever have been otherwise? Look at us now. Humanity Unplugged. As we go hand in hand, and those who do not will soon find that they can. We face the unspeakable, thought we would end and found with at-one-ment, we're starting again. Let's keep it simple. Like children, make friends with everything, everyone, love without end. And so it is. So it is. So it is. Love. Thank you. I don't know if anyone wants to say anything, or if, Omar, if you
Here,
want to.
I would just, you had me zoned out there. I had to come out of there. That was beautiful. Really was. I truly enjoyed it.
I'm glad. It's what came through, so it's what went out.
I love it. This conduit that you were talking about in your bio. So that was beautiful, Rosa.
So, in that vein of energy, and I know there's many crazy things going on, so it is important that we are aware that, yeah, things are happening everywhere, and we're not ignoring the fact that there are really tough times, and that we're going through this transformation and change. And so it is just as important for us to hold the vibration of love and to brighten every moment possible, knowing that that really is the way it is and the way it should be, because this is really a kind of simulation that we're experiencing. And for us to start to understand that we are experiencing a simulation of a kind of reality that feels so real to us, we have it within us to change that. We have it within us to change the waves. The scalar waves are governed by the waters that we ourselves hold within us. We are more powerful than we could ever have imagined. We are so much more powerful together. And we are the ones who can create the changes necessary to experience a beautiful planetary existence and unity. So there is no more messing around, and it shouldn't be all doom and gloom, although our hearts do go out, and I'm saying this, our hearts do go out to everyone across this planet right now who is experiencing the harshest part of this transformation. We thank you, we love you, and we embrace you, and we honor you. There's nothing like just being authentic. So whatever's coming through, we're just going to let it flow. Thank you, Kathy. And thank you, everyone, for your amazing comments and messages. And my makeup's running, and that's okay. We're here to be real. I like that.
I love the raw emotion. That's what makes these conferences so epic, that people can be themselves because they know that they're in a safe space and a safe share space where we can share our thoughts and not be judged, and in fact be supported. And in contrast, really.
Yeah. And I always worry that, is this this eternal energy is going to come on? Is it going to be too hard on people? Is it going to be too boom, But it is. We need a big bong to wake us up and get us into the higher resonance, to empower us to be our own true sovereign powerful beings that we are, and that we can do all kinds of things together on this planet, with the planet, for the planet, and each other. It's just a beautiful thing that's happening, and it's all mixed together. And they can't stop this train. It's already going down the tracks. So yeah, we're going to keep that going. And I'd like to play one of my conscious songs, and it's called "Is It Enough?" appropriately. So how do I do this, Omar? Do I have like a share sound? Because basically, just have to share sound, because I'll have to do it internally in here because.
Do you have it open in the background?
Yeah, I do.
On a media player or something?
Yeah, but that's not the same. It will be like trying to pick up sound in the room, which would sound awful.
No, go to
Right.
share down below.
Oh yes, that's
Right?
that's
And then go to share screen.
okay.
And then you'll see up top it says is highlighted in blue. It says
Yep.
entire screen and window. You want to click window.
Wait a minute. No, share screen works best on a. Okay, so the share screen. Ah, there we go. And window.
Yeah, and then window, and you'll see your app open in the background there.
Hey, look at that. It really is. Okay. Sorry, it's going to be stuck with my face, but you're going to hear the song. It's called "Is It Enough?"
We love your face. It's the
All
vibe.
right. So let's see how this plays out.
All right, so I got it up here on screen.
Can you hear that?
Yep.
Oh, cool. You did that? Wow.
Maybe try turning up the volume, Rosa.
Yeah, hang on a
Try your system volume in your taskbar.
second. Okay, I'm going to pause it. What happened?
Try the volume in your taskbar, your system volume. Try turning that up.
Okay. I think I'm going to put my headset on so that it's not blasting through my speakers. Actually, what is it? It's 10:30. It's all right. They'll survive one song. Okay, so oh yeah, that would be very
Let's
loud.
see if I can adjust the.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that, because it's up at the maximum here in the program.
Let's try it again.
Okay, and yeah, okay. So let me know. I did turn it up in my
Maybe turn it down a little bit. That way it won't be. It'll come in maybe a little bit more clear. Let's try it out.
Is it not clear or
Let's hear it.
okay, or otherwise I could have sent you the link and you can really do it through here. But okay, let's
Well,
try.
give it a play. Give it a play. Let's hear it.
Is that better?
Yeah, coming through good. Let us know in the comments, guys, if you can hear this. Let it go for a little bit, Rosalind, and
Okay.
we'll ask people in the chat rooms if they can hear it clearly. I got it open here on my end as well. Yeah, they're saying they can't hear.
Oh,
Rosa. They're saying they can't hear. So I got it here in the
okay.
background here. So I'll share my screen if you want to just stop sharing your screen.
Okay. Great.
Then I'll bring it up here on my end. Maybe we'll be able to get something. Can you stop it? Are you able to stop sharing screen, Rosa? There we go. Okay, so I'll add my screen. There we go.
Perfect.
And then I can hear the music on your end, Rosa, so maybe you can turn that off.
Ah, got it.
All right, so over here, which one did you want me to play? You still with me?
Yes. It's called Is It Enough?
Is it enough? Okay.
Yes.
Right there.
The top one. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that sounds much better. Oh, it is a little bit. I want to turn it down a little bit. Oh, that's much better.
Is it enough? Is it enough to show us the way back home from there?
Let me know the quality of the audio in the chat room, guys. How is it, Rosa? Good?
You have to mute your microphone, though, so it doesn't echo.
Taking back our freedom now, as we remember who we are. So keep your broken promises, 'cause you can't dim the lights on a ray of love. I know it's been a long hard road of tested hearts for everyone. But one another, heart and soul, to feel alright and healed by love. Till we feel alright.